Orochimaru or something. No, those motherfuckers literally made the last 4 seasons filler, complete filler. There's literally like 2 episodes in the last 4 seasons that are like, I don't want to say canon because all of them are canon, that are like relevant. But yeah, it ends in a movie that leads into Boruto chronically, or you mean pre-Shippuden? I'm talking about pre-Shippuden. Pre-Shippuden. Oh my god, are you telling me that Shippuden has even more filler? Cause, okay, okay, so I was worried because Netflix has it divided on, like, Netflix has Naruto divided with into 9 seasons,
Behind
right?
every track.
Let me show you. Here it is. Okay. Naruto is divided in 9 seasons, right? And I thought, why is this 9 seasons? I don't get it. Because when you look up Naruto, it gives you 5 seasons. Hmm. Where's the list of Naruto characters? List of Naruto media? Where's the list of Naruto episodes? Ah! Oh my god, I'm literally going to die. Hi Sam, welcome. Sorry, I'm talking about Naruto right now because list of Naruto episodes. Because when you look up Naruto, it says 5 seasons, but in 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 Netflix there are 9 seasons, and then I looked up how they are divided in Japan, right? As a true anime fan, right? And then I realized that in Japan there are 9 seasons. And it's not that there are 9 seasons, there are 9 parts of the first one, right? So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And and so when I was doing the list in my, it has to do with that, and also because I'm making like a video about me watching Naruto. I really want to look up like the production and what went on during the production of the last 4 seasons of Naruto, because when I watched the first episode of Shippuden, I was like, oh, okay, they were probably like working on Shippuden at the same time that they were working on the last episodes, the last the last 4 episodes, like during all 2006, they were all 2005, 2006. they were working on Shippuden, so they were probably um having to just filler. And that's when I watched the first episode of Shippuden because it was so well animated, and I was like, oh damn, Shippuden is going to be so high quality. Then I watched the second episode of Shippuden, and I was like, no, no, that didn't happen. I watched the second episode of Shippuden, and I was like, the animation is just is the same. They just put a lot of effort in the first episode of Shippuden, and then from the second onwards, it's like the same. Like the quality is higher, it's like a little bit higher than the original series, right? But it's literally just because of like time goes on, and you develop ways of animating, right? And that's what happened. But no. And so yeah. Also, no one told me that literally before episode 20, someone's dead. A main character is dead. I still, I'm still like in my mind that didn't happen. I don't know if he revives later or she or they. You don't know. I don't know if they revive later, but in my mind that didn't happen. Okay? Not me literally crying every single motherfucking episode of Shippuden so far because I cannot handle that person dying. Okay? Like, okay. But yeah. But that's how I am going with my Naruto journey. I am literally going to cry just thinking about it. Like, girl, girl, you cannot kill that person. Hello? You cannot kill them. Okay, yeah, that person, because no spoilers in, you know, maybe Hinata died. You know, actually she didn't, but like because she appears in Boruto. You know, like it is interesting because like there are some points in the show where Naruto is going to die, right? But like you know that he's not going to die because he's the main character, right? But also, you already know that he's not going to die just because of the fact that Boruto exists, right? And because of the fact that you know that there are many seasons afterwards. So it's like weird, but like the stakes are the same, but you still have like that security that okay, Naruto is not going to die, you know. But yeah, I mean, and that's the worst part. Like, I know so little about what happens in the rest of Shippuden that they could literally kill Sakura and I would believe it, you know, because I don't know what happens, you know. But yeah, so I don't know if that character is dead or not. So yeah, okay, let's go. Also, talking about Naruto, today I realized I tweeted about it, so you should like all my tweets. Thank you. Today I realized that today I learned, hello, that Japan was literally colonized by the US for 7 years. Hello? Like I knew that the US had bombed them, right? Like everybody knows. I didn't know the US had fucking like they actually occupied Japan. And I was like, what? And then I was looking into like how anime became popular in the US. There's a whole page in Wikipedia about this. Hello? And so apparently, this started in the late 60s. And I'm like, hmm, interesting. Interesting. In the early 50s, they were still occupied by the US, and by the late 60s, oh, look at all this Japanese media coming into the US. And, and I was like, this is literally colonialism. And I feel like so silly not like making that connection, that I feel like it's so obvious, but I that's the thing, right? Like, they just give us the media, and we just consume that media, right? And we never critically think about, like, actually why or how we're consuming this media, or why this media is particularly popular. And it's like, this is literally colonialism. Me liking Pokemon is literally colonialism. Or, like, rather the effects of colonialism, right? And I am no, I feel bad. I feel sad. I feel betrayed. I feel lied to. I don't feel guilty because I'm Peruvian, so I didn't bomb Japan twice, you know? But still, like, I literally have a tattoo of in Japanese characters that is literally a reference of Pokemon. Hello? Like, I have this because of Pokemon, not because of, like, Japanese culture. I mean, it's the same. I'm a colonizer. But yeah, I'm like, so yeah. And then I was looking into, y'all know I love K-pop. Literally the opening of the stream, K-pop. And so I was looking, appropriating Pokemon art. Oh my god! I mean, will I have to change my emotes? Oh my god! I am literally a colonizer. Not even calling them pocket monsters. True. Oh my god! Literally appropriation. Okay. It set the conditions that got them to emulate certain Western governments, and what led to imperialism later on. That, you know what the worst part? Like, Japan and occupied Korea, U.S. occupied Korea, are probably the most. Well, they're not the most. There are worse Asian countries. Um, but I feel like out of all the Eastern Asian nations, they're the wildest. They have the wildest political systems, or at least, like, their politics be wildin'. Like, their politics be wildin'. I don't know how to explain it. Like, they might not be bombed on the daily like Western Asia, right? Or had been bombed as frequently as southern East Asia, right? But yeah, actually, now that I think about it, like, as much as wild as their politics are, they are still pretty stable in comparison to other countries of Asia. I'm going to shut up now. Did you ever have a Japanese person verify what your tattoo says? Literally, the three Nikkei people that I've met, didn't know enough Japanese to know what my tattoo said. But I've literally like follow my heartbeat. Like there is like too much media around that phrase that is like, yeah, like this one. Wait, there is like too much media around this phrase that is like it is a pretty common phrase. So yeah, I don't really have to like, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It is common. I don't have to verify like, yeah. you know. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. But yeah. Okay, what else? What else? I think that's what I've been doing lately. Um I've also been trying to open my music taste because I realized I was like, I knew that I was listening only to pop, but it has reached a point. It reached a point where I was listening to only like three artists. This is definitely not Dajobu. What do you mean? Trying to fight Takis, I'd say, oh my god. Um, and so I was like, you know what, this has to end. And I am subscribed to this channel called Mira, and uh she like makes little essays about K-pop, and so I watched her latest essay about
Before we get
aespa,
started,
and I was like, you know what? Yes, yes. So yeah, I recommend you all to watch this essay, even though I don't know. I feel weird promoting more colonialism, but yeah, I love K-pop. I'm sorry, I'm a colonizer. Okay, but yeah, okay. Let's watch the video about tankies. Um. Oh my God, Ian. uh. I will leave it on the Discord also just in case, but we didn't really watch it. But yeah. Okay. What else? What else? What else? Dorian said that he like bailed before the 20-minute mark, and I think it isn't that bad given that this is a 30-minute video, so two-thirds of the video. I think it's good, but I want to see if we're going to be able to watch the entire thing. So yeah. Ooh, also, this is related to tankyism. Tankyism. Uh, I replied. I replied to Danny. So Danny said, "Imagine you're China. You're surrounded by 400 U.S. military bases. Your your own province of Taiwan has received 5 U.S. arm deals in the last 1.5 years that are literally against the law of the U.S. By the way, you'd probably want to retaliate, right? That China has stressed cooperation and peace throughout. See the difference? And I was like, but Danny, when the global south seeks self-defense, that's too authoritarian for the West, so people will continue to cheer on imperialism, aka white supremacy. And there was this person who I had to mute. There was a person who I had to mute, and that's why I can no longer see the replies. But they were all over my replies. They are in the replies of this tweet, by the way, and they are replying like such weird stuff. Like this video alone is so fucking weird. Like, who is doing the whipping now? This is literally just one random man violating and harassing another person. But this incident is so isolated that this literally proves nothing. Like, hello? I don't even know if this is China. I don't know if these people are even Chinese. How does this random video prove anything? And even then, I don't know about you, but like literally on average, 3 black people are being killed by the police every day. So as bad as weeping is bad, I think being killed by the police is arguably worse. You know? So yeah. Okay, doesn't matter, the propaganda machine will keep churning on. The amount of fuckery on Twitter makes it hard to take stuff seriously. Yeah, literally. Literally. I am. People be wild then. This is a person that I had to quote. I literally had to mute them. This is so weird. Okay. Interesting accounts that they are recommending me when I'm in this account. Why? What is this? Is the Western journalism? Who cares? Who cares? Leave people alone. Okay. Using a blocking tool that by pure accident also reveals the amount of fake likes and retweets that Twitter's own backend regenerates. Literally. But yeah. Okay. TLDR, you have to rob a bank. True. Oh my god, so true. Annotations. Okay. Okay. I feel like I already picked at the second one. And I don't know if I am. I don't think we will. I don't think I will be able to even start the video. Annotations. Remember, this is oversimplified for time. I advise reading up on the first-hand accounts of the events as they transpired. Also, because I know people will ask, Magyar is Hungarian for Hungarians. Interesting. Okay, we're going to talk about Hungary. Got it. Marxism-Leninism is an ideology made up of a synthesis between the writings of Marx and Lenin, popularized by Stalin, it was throughout the Cold War the mainstream current of communist thought. It was throughout the Cold War. Oh, it was throughout the Cold War the mainstream current of communist thought. Yes. Okay. Okay. So far, nothing wrong. Yeah. I think they are referring to the fact that, like in general, because even though Khrushchev came to power, Mao was still a Marxist Leninist, as well as Ho and um, Castro, and those revolutions happened throughout the Cold War. So yeah, you know, like I'm not going to be too big about that. Real Dengism. Oh, is a political current in the CCP. Okay, we already know that this person is not to be trusted when you write CCP. Just saying. You know, you're talking with a person who knows nothing about China when they write CCP. You know, but yeah. Also, hi March, welcome. Changes ideologies like they are socks. He has he's had videos like I'm an ANCAP, I'm an ANCOM, I'm a Maoist, a Mel, and he's an Anglo. Oh my god. Which is a political current in the CCP which is relatively small and refers more to Deng's specific views and thought, not an umbrella term for post-Deng Chinese economy. Okay. Like this alone makes me sus, but I will take the word for it. I know real Dengism is a thing. Like I've known that. I knew that, but I have like forgotten. But yeah, thought it was mainly about the Soviet Union. No, it's I mean at least it says just current mainstream current of communist thought, right? And given all the communist revolutions that happened, like or Marxist Leninist, you know. Trotsky was the leader of the left opposition after Stalin's. Ah, what? Sorry, my tongue is like dying. My tongue is hurt, so I have like a lot of saliva. So it's like weird, and every time my tongue hits my teeth, it hurts. So yeah. Trotsky was the leader of the left opposition after Lenin's death, which was in favor of eventual liquidation of the kulaks. The right opposition, namely Stalin and Bukharin, were more in favor of letting it slide. After Trotsky went into exile, Stalin went ahead with liquidation after he saw the threat. Given Trotsky's record when it comes to these sorts of situations, it isn't too hard to believe things would have gone quite similar to how they ended up happening. I will be charitable and just assume that by things would have gone quite similar to how they ended up happening, that Bad Mouse is talking about the kulaks and not like the USSR. But yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Actual existing socialism or real socialism, real socialism generally refers to the Soviet aligned countries of the Cold War. Mm, well, I'm sorry, Miniature Blaze. There is going to be a lot of American propaganda lacking here. Also, welcome and thank you for a follow. I wouldn't say actual existing socialism generally refers to the Soviet aligned countries, but I understand where this definition is coming from. So I'm just going to let it slide. And also, it's interesting because the Cold War was a pretty long period of time, and at one point, China stopped aligning with the Soviet Union because of U.S. influence, and so did China became a non actually existing socialist country for that moment? Just another slide type of propaganda. What? Okay. Sadly, I can't find the video, but after he left for Africa, he did an interview where he derided Marxism Leninism. I don't know what they are talking about. I guess this is something referencing the video. Foco is a theory of revolution advanced through guerrilla warfare, largely inspired by Guevara. As said, it is not as said, it is not revolutionary. It is not a revolutionary current in the modern day, with small exceptions. Interesting. Interesting. What is Foco? The Foco theory of revolution by way of guerrilla warfare, also known as Foquismo. Oh, okay. Was formulated by French intellectual government Debray, whose main source of inspiration was Marxist revolutionary Che Guevara experiences surrounding his rebel army's victory in the Cuban Revolution. Its central principle is that vanguardism by cadres of small, fast-moving paramilitary groups can provide a focus, in Spanish foco, for popular discontentment against a sitting regime and thereby lead a general rebellion. Interesting. Although the original approach was to mobilize and launch attacks from rural areas, many foco ideas were adopted into urban guerrilla warfare movements by the late 60s. Interesting. Interesting. An overview of chess thoughts on the USSR can be found here. Uh, Houston Street Fools refers to the Houston Manifesto, in which a bunch of leftists felt the left were overtly critical of the actions of the West. The response resulted in Guardian level analysis of contemporary events, many even sympathetic to the invasion of Iraq. Oh my god. The Khalid faction were the more militant branch and the more powerful faction during the 78-79 period. They were the ones who wanted the progressive reforms pushed through fast and wide, regardless of circumstances, much like the Soviets Much to the Soviets' discretion, the Parcham faction wanted a softer touch. The first thing the Soviets did after invading was install. Hi, Monsieur. Welcome. Was install Parchment Carnival and bring their factions and PDPA defenders. What are we talking about here? In Malaysia? No. Oh, in Afghanistan. Interesting. The Mujahideen, yes, I know it. I spelled it wrong. Were a broad charge of ideologies mostly pushed on by their opposition to invasion, which they saw as an attack on their culture and religion, not Islamofascism. The Taliban formed a faction of the Mujahideen during the civil war in 92 to 96. The two are not interchangeable. Interesting. This doesn't mean, of course, that you should throw out all testimonies as trash, as some do, which for the record is really infuriating, just that you should be skeptical of certain elements. Interesting. Okay, let's start this video. I'm scared. Also, kind of ableist that they don't have the closed captions available, but okay.
In 1953, chairman of the USSR Joseph Stalin died. In the following years, Nikita Khrushchev would eventually assume power, and in 1956 he shocked the world by denouncing Stalin in his so-called secret speech before the Comintern, and began a process of de-Stalinization across the Union. Later that year, the Hungarian People's Republic, a Warsaw Pact nation, was having some disagreements with Soviet influence. An uprising had begun, and under the leadership of ex-NKVD officer Imre Nagy, the Magyars withdrew from the Warsaw Pact. As a result of this, Khrushchev retaliated by sending in forces, along with tanks, into Budapest to crush the rebellion, and after a few days of fighting, the Soviets established control and Nagy was eventually deposed.
Wait, what?
Imre uprising. Later in turn, the Hungarian People's Republic, a organization across the Union. Later that year, the Hungarian People's Republic, a Warsaw Pact nation, was having some disagreements with Soviet influence. An uprising had begun.
I love that they just say some disagreements. Okay, what disagreements? What were those disagreements? Like, would you care to elaborate? Like, yeah. That would explain like a lot, but sure, just don't mention them.
And under the leadership of ex-NKVD officer Imre Nagy, the Magyars
Of course they wanted to do that march. Oh my god.
withdrew from the Warsaw Pact. As a result of this, Khrushchev retaliated by sending in forces, along with tanks, into Budapest to crush the rebellion, and after a few days of fighting, the Soviets established control and Nagy was eventually deposed. But in the West, many of the organized left were miffed. Such a brazen act of force, so publicly displayed, definitely caused some confusion in the established understanding.
Wait, I think... Also, hi Bolden, welcome. I'm pretty sure they're telling the wrong story. Because I know what they are talking about, right? And the only reason why I know they are talking about. Oh my god, really, Bolin? I haven't checked it out, but I will check it out after the stream. Because like the only reason why I know exactly what they were talking about is because BJ talked about it, and BJ specifically mentioned the two times the USSR invaded with tanks. So I'm just going to let VJ explain why being a tanky is actually good before this person dares to say that we are bad.
The first question that I have for you is a burning question that's on everyone's mind. What is a tanky?
Oh, well, I see. What is a tanky? It's great to be with you. This is one of my favorite podcasts. It's not a tanky podcast. I don't even know really why we would play with the term. The term has a funny origin, and I actually hadn't heard this term in many, many years. It made a return just a few years ago, I think, when a certain section of particularly in the West, a certain section of social media opinion started to attack
Again, particularly in the West. Bitch, I fucking know what he's talking about.
people who seemed to be in favor of the Cuban Revolution, the Bolivarian Revolution, Venezuela, people who were with Evo Morales at the time when the coup was happening, people like that, that is to say, people like you and I, began to be called tankies. This is a term that comes from 1956, certainly before you were born.
And what year was he talking about?
And the rebellion by group from the leader disagreement, people's de-Stalinization across the act, show Comintern, and began a process of de-Stalinization across the Union. Later that year, the Hungarian People's Republic, a Warsaw
That same year. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong.
And yes, even before I was born. That's when Soviet tanks entered Hungary. And the question lay before the international left in 1956, do you support the Soviet intervention or not? Those who supported the Soviet intervention were disparagingly called tankies. Now, if you know anything about 1956 and if you know anything about Hungary, you might want to reconsider not supporting the Soviet intervention, because that was one of the most fascistic countries, perhaps had a society more fascistic than Nazi Germany.
What do you mean I was there?
Whatever socialist project was at work in Hungary in 1956 was being threatened not by liberalism or democracy, but by fascism. It's a very different situation in 1968 when Soviet tanks rolled into Czechoslovakia. Then it was a question of reform, more liberal reform. It was not fascism. But 1956, pretty straightforward situation. That term, tanky, those who support the Soviet tanks entering Hungary, was resurrected, it seems to me, just in the last few years. And it's a creature of social media. I mean, I have never in my life actually been called a tanky to my face. But I do regularly get called tanky, especially on Twitter. This is more a Twitter phenomena, where people
Wait, really?
have all kinds of pseudonyms, and half the people who seem to call me tanky have accounts that, to my mind, seem like CIA bot accounts. But how am I
True. Literally every anarchist on Twitter.
supposed to know? I haven't read the internal documents from Twitter. I have seen the leaked document from Facebook, which confirms that there's an enormous number of Miami-based troll armies that have been managing accounts regarding Honduras, Cuba, Venezuela, and so on. Yes, we know they're on Facebook. They must be on Twitter, and they're the ones who call you a tanky.
Well, I also
the title alone.
Find it just fascinating because it came out in a time when the fact is that the people with the tanks and the guns were actually supporting the coup, and those who didn't have the tanks and didn't have the guns were against a coup, specifically against Evo Morales. But in other places, like the Honduran elections are underway as we talk right now, and we know that the United States backed a military coup there. We know that the United States has backed several coup attempts in places like Venezuela. I mean, you wrote a book about this. And so in reality, when they're saying tanky, I would just find it funny because it's like, who has the tanks and who has the bullets? It's definitely not the people who are struggling for, social democracy or struggling for socialism. It's definitely the people in the imperialist core who are, repeating CIA talking points, who those talking points aren't innocent, but they are often betrust by the barrel of, a tank gun or the barrel of a gun itself. And so I always just find that really fascinating. It's the people with no power, so to speak, in terms of military force who are being relabeled. It's the colonial turn. It's like all of a sudden self-defense looks, like violence or becomes aggression, and then invasion itself or colonialism becomes a form of self-defense. So I always find that like a very bizarre term, but it does have this historical origin, which I think is important.
Just so we keep
so
it in
publicly
mind.
displayed definitely caused some confusion in the established understandings that many socialists had. The coming months saw many splits across the continent, with those either supporting or opposing the Soviet line, the most notable of which occurred in the OG Communist Party of Great Britain, of which reporter Peter Fryer, who had been in Budapest during the fighting, was barred and eventually kicked out for writing in opposition to the crackdown. In light of this event, and more prominently after the Prague Spring in '68, the supporters came to be known under the pejorative tanky. Because
Don't even get me started with the Prague Spring. Prague Spring. Okay.
tanks. Now that's the original meaning of the word. Importantly, it was Marxist-Leninists calling out other Marxist-Leninists. Now today, of course, that's not how the word is used. Today, it tends to go by a variety of different definitions, and the line has also expanded to be used by a plethora of other
When he
left-wing
failed
groups.
to mention the character of the Hungarian uprising. Oh my god, March.
None of which ever tend to be ML. Now that's fine. Lots of words have changed their meaning over time, and it's very understandable that a small, concise word would be used as a catch-all rather than spending hours upon hours going into detail. The problem is that the word tanky hasn't just changed, it's become obtuse. It seems that a day doesn't go by where someone gets labelled a tanky for literally any purpose.
I wrote an awful little piece on how working class of colonial countries need to maintain colony. Oh my god. Also, I'm sorry if there's like lag or if there's a bit of buffering. But yeah. Because it's 6 p.m. and this is when typically the stream would just fall off a cliff because of the internet. But I think because I've bought the internet cable, it's like it should be better. But I'm seeing that the frames are still dropping, but then coming back. So yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah. War is self-defense. Yeah, not when it's done by the hegemony, obviously, not an invasion or a colonizing. Yeah, yep, land grab.
Many times when the conversation in question has absolutely nothing to do with anything relevant.
Oh,
If I say the word dengist, you can
that's why I'm way behind. Oh, it's been good so far. Okay. You're not that behind, but yeah.
probably ascertain to some extent what it means.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, I mean 720. Oh my, I mean technically that is HD, but whatever.
Someone who supports China post Deng's market extent. If I say the question has absolutely nothing to do with anything relevant. If I say the word dengist, you can probably ascertain to some extent what it
You
means.
are not living in a commune. How do you know that? Do you live with me? Are you spying on me? Creep. Hello? Are you stalking me? Creep. Weird.
Means someone who supports China post Deng's market reforms as a still socialist country or something thereof. There might be some margin for error, there might even be some fight back from some of those people. And don't even get me started on real Dengism in China today. But nevertheless, in 2022, we can understand what is meant.
It is funny how, like, people use, like, Dengism as an actual ideology when Deng was quite literally just, like, going with the flow and taking things as they came. Like, even though that was quite literally the most genius thing anyone could have done at that moment in China, he wasn't really, like, following any, like, personal ideology other than, like, Marxism, Leninism, right? And, like, going with the flow. I'm a Dengis for having common sense and being glad China didn't collapse in the 80s. Yeah, like, it is so weird. Do you actually live in the commune? Why would I tell you? Maybe I don't want creeps like you in my commune, you know? Also, I don't have to tell you. Who are you? Creep.
By that word as we use it. Tanky, on the other hand, is not quite as simple. You might begin by saying that it's if you support the invasion of Hungary. But like I said, unless it's specifically brought up in most conversations today, that is not what it's about. Back in my day, it was usually something about North Korea. As I've gotten older, discourse seems to have edged more.
What do you mean back in my day? People are still calling me tanky because I've supported the PRK. Oh, okay.
More towards the China angle. So sometimes you'll see these two words being used interchangeably. No, I think it's fair to say that we're looking for something a bit more ideological rather than a specific event. Others might argue that it's simply Marxist-Leninists. But apart from some die-hard anarchists...
There's always one.
Oh my god.
That's right. Many people will always be able to find some exception to someone for some reason. And the very origins of the term speak to an inherent differentiation within that group. At which point you just start quantifying it and it always gets messy. It's frankly even worse if we decide upon authoritarian socialists, which, look, even beyond on-authority discourse, which is a fucking...
Oh my god, base.
Boy, you can't just arbitrarily...
Oh my god. It's not bore. It's just too fucking obvious that it's literally pointless for it to be a discourse.
add authoritarian...
Also, today I was reading a bit of anarchism or socialism, and Stalin literally within the first page is like, yeah, anarchism is just liberalism. And I was like, yes, thank you, Stalin. Thank you for debunking anarchism from a communist perspective for the millionth time 100 years ago. But yeah. Oh my god, yeah, yeah. Also, hi Magoki, welcome. Dong Lowe's did invade Vietnam. That was some tanky behavior, I guess. Well, I don't know to endorse that. True. I mean, it is interesting because it is interesting how Vietnam has managed to like, how do I explain this? Like, to discern the reality, right? And to understand, to quite literally apply like dialectical, like materialism, and be like, we know that China attacked us or was against us, but in the current world, we are still both opposing US hegemony, and that's why we are currently in support of China, right? And like, like this goes back to communism is literally love. But yeah, okay. Uh, yeah, maybe I don't want you to say anything in my chat, so take a couple of minutes. Third Piece got him cancelled by Anarchists for being way too accurate. He wrote that in '06, and like at like 25 years old. Oh my god, why? Keep talking. I don't live in a commune. I'm not a. Am I not a communist? Oh my god. uh, make use of emotes if you are joking or being sarcastic. True.
Into any specific definition and think that you've made helpfulness. Right? Like the word in question, it becomes vague. Look, even beyond on-authority discourse, which is a fucking bore, you can't just arbitrarily add authoritarian to any.
Also, that is interesting because like every time you have someone who can't defend their ideas with arguments, they just have the excuse of it's boring. And it's like, oh yeah, if it's so boring, it should be very easy, right? So just do it. Just do it. Try debunking on authority challenge after 150 years. Literally impossible.
Specific definition and think that you've made helpfulness. Right, like the word in question, it becomes vague and selective. I've always wondered why supporters or admirers of Tito's benevolent dictatorship often get a free pass. Next, we might say Western left
Never forget Tito.
to make apologies
I have no comment. What's
for chauvinistic interventions that are contrary to the Leninist principles of self-determination. This one is better, but it's too contentious. Many are going to be very opposed to the idea that Leninism ever truly supported self-determination, no matter what Lenin may have said.
if Finland, Poland, and Ukraine secede from Russia, there is nothing bad in that. Yeah. What? Oh, okay. I think dispute ideas is a better thing to engage in. I got no problem with discussing ideas. I don't like the nature of debate. True. It is very important for us on the left or communists to constantly put our ideas to the test and scrutinize them. Yeah.
So what about communists who believe in using force to suppress other left beliefs that may threaten party hegemony? I always find arguments like this a bit... What? Some
Wait,
tend
what?
to get I support the force which is mentioned within that. It's frankly even worse if we decide that term speaking it, and it always gets messy. It's frankly even worse if we decide upon authoritarian socialists, which... Look, even beyond on-authority discourse, which is a fucking bore...
I am already like so confused of what they are talking about, because right now they're supposedly given definitions of what a tanky currently is, or who currently gets labeled a tanky, right? But
You
then
can't
he proceeds. Then they proceed to put definitions of who are the people who are calling other people tankies.
just arbitrarily add authoritarian to any specific definition and think that you've made helpfulness. Right like the word in question, it becomes vague and selective. I've always wondered why supporters or admirers of Tito's benevolent dictatorship often get a free pass.
Get a free pass of what? Of not being called a tanky? His authoritarian rule administered through an elaborate bureaucracy that routinely suppressed human rights. Look, Tito is complicated, okay?
Next, we might say Western leftists who make apologisms for chauvinistic interventions that are contrary to the Leninist principles of self-determination. This one is better, but it's too contentious.
Like, how is this a... What? Western leftists who apologize for chauvinistic interventions. Yeah, those would be like... Why would you call a Western leftist who apologizes for chauvinist intervention? Why would you call someone who is against Leninism a tanky? What?
Many are going to be very opposed to the idea that Leninism ever
My brain already hurt. I don't understand this video.
truly supported self-determination, no matter what Lenin may have said. So what about communists who believe in using force to suppress other left beliefs that may threaten party hegemony?
What do you mean? Like, use force as opposed to what? Cookies? Like, literally, how else? How else do you, like, suppress? I'm so confused. Why are we talking about other left beliefs? I'm so confused. Also, how else would you suppress any other thing if it's not using force? Like, that is like the whole idea of suppression. Like, I am so confused. My brain actually hurts.
I always find arguments like this a bit
Like, I guess, Magoki, but if you're a communist, that doesn't even make sense.
what? Some
This
tendencies
is like even worse than hearing anarchists say what they think Marxism Leninism is. It's like, do you know what communism is even? You convince them of the rightness of your ideas? Oh my god. Ah yes. If only Hitler would have been debated, the Holocaust wouldn't have happened.
might state that they don't want to use force, and they will point to their historic record as proof of this. But that's more because historically they were never faced with that situation in the first place, not because of ideology. To think that Trotsky wouldn't have done many of the things that Stalin did had he been the coffin bearer seems quite strange and great mannish, especially.
Wait, what? I am so confused. Okay. The truth of the matter is that we don't know, as much as we can pretend that we have an idea or that we can predict the past, the alternate futures or the alternate realities, we cannot know with exact science how Trotsky would have ruled. And apart from that, I mean, I mean, there were things that we would know, you know, but apart from that, sorry, but apart from that, like, who cares? Literally, who cares? I don't care. I'm over this. I'm literally over Trotsky. Like, can we move on? Can we move on from Trotsky? Also, I have activated the my captions because this video doesn't have captions, so might as well have some captions. Yeah.
Because historically they were never faced with that situation in the first place, not because of ideology. To think that Trotsky wouldn't have done many of the things that Stalin did had he been the coffin bearer seems quite strange and great mannish, especially when you consider that many of Joe's ideas have their inception with Leon. Tanky is a leftist who supports the aesthetics of actual
I don't even. I can't. You know what? I'm not even going to say anything. I'm going to pretend that I didn't pause because I'm just going to ignore Trotsky talk.
actually existing socialist
Oh my
country.
god, what the fuck is that? Oh my god, March. That's so perfect. That is such a perfect emote. Okay. The aesthetics of AEF countries.
Well, yeah, that's a little bit superficial if you ask me. Tanky is a leftist who engages in right-wing talking points. Okay, right. Tanky is
Okay,
talking points. Okay, right.
I've already done my rant about Nazbos and the weirdos in the left. Why are people weird? I don't know. Help. Help. Why are people weird? Like, it is common to learn that a right winger was a pedo, was a groomer, was a sexual harasser, whatever, right? Like a new Republican is a groomer. Oh, another Republican is a whatever. Yeah, whatever. No one cares. When a fucking leftist or someone who is being called or calls themselves a leftist is exposed as a sexual harasser, hello? Why? You are on the left. You should know better. And even if you did that, as part of the left, you should know how to respond. You should take accountability. Not just disappear from Twitter, Mr. Virgil. I'm still waiting for a response. It's been like a year and a half. Uh, why are people weird? Also, why are people watching Jimmy Dore? He literally bragged about sexually harassing Anna Kasparian. Hello? Okay. Is the stream dying? Literally, bread. Literally. Oh, okay.
Right. Tanky is when you lie about land back or deny anti-white.
Jimmy dragged TYT for smearing him with that. Nah, he literally admitted that. He literally said it himself. Like, I'm not saying that people at TYT are good. Like, Cheng arguably has a worse track record of sexual harassment, you know? But he quite literally admitted sexually harassing her. So, you know, after that, I don't know why people dare to engage with him at all. But yeah, I endorse it. Oh my god, Paul. Again, why are people weird? Why are people weird? Fine.
White racism. No,
You make fun of Jimmy. Oh my god.
no, I'm only
Like, again, I'll give credit where credit is due. Is Jimmy one of the only big mainstream leftist people who dares to criticize the squad? Sure. We need more. But is he a creep weirdo? Yes. You cannot deny that. Look at his face. Oh my god, it's scary. Like, look at this face and tell me if you know what I'm talking about. Like, you see this person and you say, rapist. You know this motherfucker has, you know, that's all I'm going to say. Okay. Bye. What the fuck is anti-white racism? At any end of the day, he's way more connected to the masses than most communists, which is honestly our own failing. No comment. No comment. Oh yeah, yeah, Bolden. He's bad mouth. He's the person who made this one video about Bosch. I mean, about Ian. Because after Professor Flowers tweeted about the reason why this person goes by this name, like 1,000 times, I just feel weird about saying that word. But yeah.
paraphrasing, I'm afraid. That is something that I got accused of. This, to me, is the epitome of what I've been talking about with
Leftists who lie about land back and deny anti-white racism. Now, like, at this point, I am so confused. These are the people who are called tankies. No, wait, what? No, these are the people. I am so confused.
tanky discourse in the modern day. It's confirmed to me how this superficial Venn association
People who lie. This is what people who are called tankies say about the people who call them tankies. Yes. Like, these are not the tankies. This is whatever. Like, so far, this video hurt not because it's like painfully bad, but it's just like not as well redacted. Like, yeah. Like, honestly, that's what pains me the most, just how awfully redacted is the video. And by redacted, I mean like quite literally how not as well written it is. Because like so far all the ideas are kind of convoluted and we're at like minute 6.
Association that we use has truly destroyed any chance of practical usage. But I will be fair. Tanky is when you do apologia for nominally leftist, or at least self-proclaimed leftist, regimes. Now that one
A tone? I shouldn't do this. A tone is called emotional labor. It used to mean that you had to smile at work or something, but now a bunch of online weirdos say it means you don't gotta be a good friend to someone no more. What? Honestly, Magoki, I am confused. I am just as confused as you. And yeah, I'm sorry, Ian. If, like, I don't know how, like, I would have, like, gotten, I would have got the joke if you would have said that that's, like, Italophobia. But, yeah, whatever. Anti-Italian, yeah, but Italians are not white. Unless they are. You know what? Depending on the decade we are talking about, they'll tell you. Either people who want to call land back or the opposite, and it's a form of live POV, I can tell.
it's confirmed to me how this superficial
Yeah, again, this video is very confusing so far. And again, what's painful is just the writing.
usage. But I will be fair. Tanky is when you do apologia for nominally leftist, or at least self-proclaimed leftist, regimes. Now that one I think at least comes to some general gist.
What do you mean apologia? Look, when I state facts about the DPRK, that's not apologia. I'm just stating facts that liberals think that is apologia just because they are too brainwashed by mainstream media. I'm literally talking like, whatever. I'm done.
Gist of what people might be saying. Although, let's not lie around and ignore that some states certainly get more of a pass than others.
True! True!
And ignore that some states certainly get more.
Okay. Is Belarus a socialist country? Since when? Hello? Where is Belarus? Hello? It's bordered by Russia in east, to the east and northeast, just greater south. Is Belarus socially? Currently? I am so confused. I am so confused. I mean, it's not like I know anything about Belarus for me to be confused, but also, like, I have literally never heard that Belarus is a socialist country currently, so that's why I'm confused. The EU sanctioned 21 more Belarusian officials in early 2012 after Belarus expelled the EU and Polish ambassadors. In response, EU nations jointly withdrew their ambassadors from Belarus, citing tremendous concern over political oppression in the nation. It's no secret that Poland has taken the strongest lead against the ongoing repression. Look, all I'm going to say is that if Poland is against Belarus and Poland has more Nazis than Ukraine, arguably Poland is the country with the most Nazis currently. Belarus might be doing something right. You know, that retains the death penalty for crimes. Recently, got it twice. Twitter definitions. Recently again. Interesting. In the middle of the Ukraine conflict. What? Are we doing a Belarus stream now? Literally. I love that Badmouth didn't even have to mention Belarus. I just saw it here, thought it was weird, and now I'm completely derailing the stream. News. I'm so sorry. Belarus launches military drills on border with you. Literally don't care about the Belarus. Um, revolution, protests. 2022, sentenced to more than 8 years for state treason. Look, she looks like a white lady, so I'm gonna say that maybe it was right. Just kidding, just kidding. Exiled Belarusian opposition leader says Katrina Milchovic's sentence is punishment for showing the truth. For core protests against President Alexander. Is he a leftist? And only president of Belarus since 1994? Hello? Oh my god, that's like a lot of years. Exile leader says, I mean, true. True. Party. Belaya Rus is a Belarusian public association founded to support President Lukashenko. Give me ideology. Why aren't you giving me ideology? Public image. I am so confused. Just give me ideology. Ugh. I am literally just been left. He declared, I'm neither with the left or the right, but with the people against those who robbed and deceived them. Okay, he's giving major Peron vibes so far. And I have been reading about Peron like since 2 weeks ago, and I really don't like that guy. Like he did a lot of good things in Argentina, but also I don't like that guy. Domestic policy. Lukashenko has effectively held all government power. I don't care. What has he done? However, legislature is dominated by his supporters. Right to his song. I'm done. Bye. Is Belarus a socialist country? Who knows? There is quite literally less information about Belarus than there is about the DPRK. Bye.
Than others. That remains, it took so long to get here.
Well, basically, he's super popular. Yes. Honestly, probably Ian. But I don't know why he's popular because they won't tell me his actual policies. Literally, all that it says in policies is that he has power. He appointed people in power. He has a party that supports him. And I'm like, wow, it's almost like that's the whole point of parties. To support their fucking candidates. Hello? Okay, I'm done. We're only 6 minutes into this video. I know, I literally want to lie.
Here, and with so many different interpretations, I've often found people can say
Seems like Lukashenko gets dragged hard without mention of conditions there, just straight up authoritarian screams for what literally Magoki. Belarus is as good as Europe gets. Interesting. I don't even know how to interpret that, Bolden. What do you mean? Good, like in like the good J communism sense, or good as in like meh Sweden sense, or like good as in ironically, aka Poland sense, you know? BBC did an interview with him last year, I think. Well, good for BBC. Tomorrow, Belarus stream. Why? Because why not?
so long to get here, and with so many different interpretations, I've often found people can say that this is the definition right now, but suddenly switch whenever it becomes convenient. And as a newer, younger generation of leftists enters the fray, I've found that the word is evolving into a much more generic group signifier that pigeonholes people, far more than one of any actual substance. So much so that some people are often shocked when they discover that someone with one view from the pie doesn't hold the rest of them. Guess people aren't just one thing. Say what you want, that's not a good outlook.
Definitely not communist, but they were similar to Russia against NATO. Got it. I will assume that they are not part of NATO. Are they also like encircled by NATO? NATO. Map. Is this Belarus? Is this Belarus, right? You should have him on stream. Oh my god. Email his office or something. Or Oh my god, literally, hi. So, yesterday I was watching a video and they said that Belarus is socialist. Any comments? Okay, now, tell me your policies. What have you done for Belarus? Okay, thank you. Got it. Bye. Look, he has this hat, so he is probably a communist. That's all I'm going to say. Also, why do I look I literally looked up Belarus and the president is on. Hello? Here he is. Yeah, okay. Minsk agreement. Oh, this is the agreement, whatever. I hate the West. I hate the West. Uh, proposed to Putin to revive the USSR. Oh my god. Now the KPRF is pushing Putin as well. Interesting. I'll have to watch this one day. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, I need to watch this now. I'm getting so distracted.
And it's not helpful to a good discussion either. Oftentimes it's simply used to shut people down, and you know it, be that for very understandable reasons, but also for the opposite. So that's my general thesis, colloquial or not.
What do you mean understandable? Why are you saying that supporting the DPRK is not understandable, huh? Kind of racist.
It's an overused word that hinders discussion because it's used so arbitrarily. At least, that is probably where I would have stopped if you'd asked me some years ago. However, I'd now like to ask, just because we can't quantify...
Why is he continuing? Why is he trying to give me more definition?
Pinpoint what a particular word is, even if the use of that word is detrimental, does that mean that such a thing doesn't exist? I don't think so.
I can't ignore it.
From my general...
I read Fidel Castro, and now I'm here.
ABC Tuesday, 10/9 Central. Viewer discretion.
Cuban Bowl. The just opinion and
Where's Castro? Oh my god, King! Oh my god, King! Okay.
Experiences online, and especially now after recent events.
He said nothing in the... Wait, no, I have. Oh, yes. No, in the entire video, yeah. I have no doubt that the members of the Communist Party of the Russian Federation hold exactly this position. As for the socialist idea, there is nothing wrong with it. We need to develop the idea that in more detail, especially in the economic sphere. Some countries have given it substance and in forms of market regulation. That idea works quite effectively. We have to consider it as a state involvement. Interesting. As for the state involvement, maybe I'll start having the Russian flag like that. Why are people so weird? As for the state involvement, the relevant debate focuses on the extent of such involvement and its forms. We should see how the state should regulate its economic activities. We will certainly address it during our discussions and debates. I assume we will find solutions while being aware that the interests of the people and the country are at stake. I mean, by what he's saying, he sounds more truthful and actually democratic than any Western country. But also, given how Russia has worked post-USSR, I'm skeptical to believe anything Putin has to say, you know? But at the same time, We'll see. We'll see. Cause like I feel like Putin has like changed his mind a lot throughout his government in many things. So it's like we'll see. Like that quote is not going to make me, "Ooh, he's going to revive the USSR." Like some weirdos. Hello, but yeah, cringe revenge campaign against everything American in his country now. Interesting, interesting. Well, he should know that. He should know that Gorbachev literally laid the foundation for that to never happen. But whatever. like, like it has taken China more than half a century to be able to effectively combat US propaganda and like US media, like Western influence in China. Like just now, Zoomers in China are starting, are beginning to be less Western focused and more like I don't want to say proud of their heritage, but more like appreciative of their own heritage, right? And by their own heritage, I mean their own media, their own like developments and all that stuff. And again, like it has been like over half a century of the Communist Party being in power and just slowly but surely, like, not being too overt against Western influence, but still, like, building and building, and yeah. So, yeah. Like, at the end of the day, like, he's going to be, if he continues to do what he's doing right now, Putin is just going to make people want to be more influenced by the West. If he does exactly what happened in Yugoslavia, hello, where people couldn't get jeans or something like that, something, quote Jugopnik, and not me. Jugopnik knows about it. I talk like I know him. Whatever. Yes, I'm autistic, okay? I get it. The guy was a big fan of NATO, tried his best to join NATO. It doesn't think like Putin literally wanted to join NATO for the sake of being part of the West, not like, to be like, he wanted to be part of the cool kids, you know? Like he wasn't doing it like strategically to know. Ooh, like no. Of course, he will change when he realized they won't ever let him in the club. Want to keep them a sort of a petrol colony. Yeah, literally.
I'd be dishonest if I said I hadn't seen a general average of sorts. After all, whilst these are all different definitions, they are all pointing towards some general thing. It would be uncharitable of me to ignore the phenomena completely, just because you couldn't come up with a firm definition, or due to the prevalence of unhinged takes. I'm sure that you right now could come up with a few words of your own that you could say very similar things for. It doesn't make us chuck out the baby with the bathwater. Any shop around on Twitter or Leftbook and you will find the nature of what people are referring to, and it's very easy to see
Okay, literally. Okay, yeah, literally. I have never seen anyone say this. I have never seen a tanky say this either. Well, this is just pedantic. Poland is not a legitimate state. It is Russia's and occupied by rebellious. Okay.
See why many people would appoint them this label. Oh, Jesus, get it away. Why many people would appoint them this label.
I would like to state for the record that the largest contingents of socialist thought in the world are those that many Western leftists would too eagerly dismiss as a tanky. I mean, true though. That's just a fact.
Oh, Jesus, get it away. To call this behavior an online thing would be cutting it short. We all know the dumpster fire that was CB.
Alright, I just want to.
Face. But I
This label. Oh, Jesus, get it away. To call this behavior an online thing would be cutting it short. We all know
Would be cutting it short. Yet,
and it's a creature of social media. I mean, I have never in my life actually been called a tanky to my face. But
how old is BJ Prashad? 54 years old. And he's never been called a tanky to his face. Hello? Okay. I just wanted to do that.
the dumpster fire that was CBGBML, and fight racism, fight imperialism isn't far off this sort of thing either. I'm not firmly decided on what that thing is, but it's a good excuse for a video. And in my observations, it might well go further than
The thing is going against any mainstream left-leaning liberal ideology. For the better or for the worse of it, to be honest, sadly.
you think. You too might harbor similar tendencies. So let's have a look. You might remember this meme popping up from time to time on the internet.
Oh my god, yes. We actually did when I came out as Stanky on Twitter. Someone replied to me with this photo, and on my Discord we did a game of like name all these tankies, and I actually knew very few of them, but now I know
It's
most. If I know most, because this is that guy from South Africa. Yeah, the famous one. Yeah, him. Che, Castro, Uncle Ho. I know her, but I don't know her in this hairstyle. So I don't know her, but I know her. If you know what I mean. Like someone will say her name and I will be like, "Oh yes, her." But I see her face now and I'm like with that her and I'm like, "Who are you?" But yeah. Angela Davis. I have no idea who this person is. Thomas Sankara. King. I don't know this person either. I don't. I know of this person, but I'm literally ignoring your chat, Bolden. Okay, I'm playing the game right now. This is the guy that literally everyone sends me the like. I literally watch the speeches from this guy like every week. Kwame Ture. Uh, no idea. No idea. Malcolm X. Judy. Judy. I know her. We did many streams about her. Judy. Cole. And he's Fred Hampton. Oh my god, what do you mean you don't know Bolden? Wow. Yuri Kochiyama. Queen! Queen! Icon! Oh my god. Okay. Where are we? Here.
Legacy of a man who won the war.
Amazing bad mouth. Oh my god, Siporowski. You wouldn't be saying this. You wouldn't be saying that if you had been the last 2 hours that we've been watching this video. Mandela. That guy.
Nine.
Yes, Bolden. The lady who was close to Malcolm X. I guess a woman is not enough on her own, so we have to reference men. Wow. Famously nicknamed that guy. I've seen the video, it's pretty weird except the anti-American part. Interesting. Now some that guy Mandela. Oh my god. Mandela Che Fidel Astata. Yeah, I know her. Oh, Dubois. See, I knew that I knew that guy. I just didn't know that guy. Robertson, Khaled, DJ Khaled. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
And if you call people tanky, then you're dissing the
Wow. Bold and sexist arc.
name of all these great many people who you would have also derided if you'd met them. Of course, if you were like me, you were probably raising a few eyebrows first time you saw it. We can remove some of these people immediately.
I'm not raising any eyebrows, all of them based. I mean, to be fair, okay, I still need to learn more about Malcolm X, because I did a bit of research off stream, and I was like, okay, is this guy like actually a communist? Because I think he was just a Pan-Africanist, no, Pan-Arabist, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? And Pan-Arabism has always been linked to communism and stuff because of the anti-imperialist nature of that. And the same with Gaddafi. But I'm like, were they actually communists? I don't know. Or like, at least by name. or at least like self-identifying, you know. But yeah, all the Africans. I'm sorry, I will learn about the rest of the world soon. Wow, you didn't know Yuri because she's Asian? Literally racist. Literally racist.
because, quite simply, they weren't even communists. Well, maybe
Oh, I knew. See, I knew Malcolm wasn't a communist.
Kwame Ture, but based off a few interviews I've seen of him, definitely not an ML. A lot of what
Look, he like badmouth is saying that Toure is not a communist based on some interviews. Girl, I would call him a fucking. He's like literally like above Marxism based on a shit ton of speeches that he's given. Hello?
connects these people is largely association, not
Also, I know Mandela. I know Mandela was actually a communist. He was but he was one of those communists who would go as like socialist, right? To not like raise any eyebrows. But it was after he got out of jail, you know? But at the same time, like, he was pretty fucking radical, you know? Like, the West has, like, whitewashed him a lot. But he, like, if you know about Mandela, actually, like, just saying. And also, okay, again, I can give you Malcolm X not being technically a communist, right? But he would still qualify as a tanky, you know, given how overtly anti-white he was. And just that makes him based enough to be a tanky. Yeah, literally not a Dembele because he's more radical. Again, Toure is literally above Marx.
ideological determination. But amongst those who are, even if we were to consider all of these people to be the same, framing them in this way ignores many of the new.
Also, no, like, only a liberal would call all of them the same. Just saying. Like even like the most aligned, I would say that the most aligned are Malcolm X and Fred Hampton, and even them are so like they have such different ideologies that I can't even compare them. You know? Oh my god. Waste a lot of our time. I know. I know he's literally like all of this is literally just him going one by one, explaining is he a donkey? Is he not a donkey? Is she a donkey? Is she not a donkey? And that's it. Anti-Americanism. Convenient narratives. Oh my god. That being said, oh my god, not the Chinese. Not the DPR. Is it DPRK or both? I don't know. Okay. He lays out his critiques of MLism in a 1970 speech, but it's not that deep. He just correctly wanted to materialist ideology based on African principles as well as anti-colonial nationalism, which Lenin, of course, agrees but with a lot of Western MLs still are wrong on nationalism. I mean, yeah, yeah. Like, and that's the thing. Like, even that speech critiquing MLism would be completely in line with Marxism-Leninism, because he's quite literally adapting the ideology to his own material conditions. Hello? I fucking hate white people.
Nuances for why we uphold these people in the
It's like, oh, he critiqued Marxism-Leninism. See, he's not an he's against MLs, and it's like that is quite literally what you are supposed to do as a Marxist-Leninist. Like, that is literally the definition of historical materialism, dialectical materialism. Hello? That is literally Leninism. Okay.
first place. Firstly, it's ignoring the way in which time plays into people's understandings of events. W.E.B. Du Bois same, framing them in this way ignores many of the nuances for why we uphold these people in the first place. Firstly, it's ignoring the way in which time plays into people's understandings of events. W.E.B. Du Bois probably makes this list due to his eulogy to Stalin after he died. Now, does
Oh my god, King!
this make him as such? Well, I do have to state the obvious, but a page-and-a-half eulogy for a guy who lived 95 years, founded the NAACP, and later became a communist in his very last days is quite a reach. But I would like to offer one bit more
I don't care, King!
than that. What many forget is that Stalin hasn't always been viewed in the same way that we view him as today. Prior to Khrushchev's denouncement in '56, many on the left viewed him at least similar to how the average person views many contemporary figures, men of contrasts. Why else would he have had so many Western workers flocking over there during the nascent USSR? It's only
Look, again, literally, we talked about Stalin last stream. He is literally one of the best leaders of the entire world in its entire history. Period. Because compared to every other motherfucking leader of any fucking country of the last 2 fucking centuries, he has done way more good things than any other person. And even when he had mistakes, he made those mistakes trying to do a correct thing. And that is already way more than any other fucking leader of the world by that time, and by now. So yeah. This guy is keeping you from watching. Oh my god, Ian.
since then that opinion has altered
The
across
worst part is that. Oh my god, I hate you. The worst part is that I watch Naruto episodes in 1.5 to try to watch the most. And especially Shippuden, I could, like, Naruto, normally I would watch in 2 speed. But Shippuden, I've been watching in 1.5 because the animation is slightly better. But yeah. So it's actually like 8.
the entire political spectrum in light of modern data. To give a more understandable example, it's been said to me that opinion about Churchill prior to 1940 would have been largely negative due to his bad track record up to that point. But today, he's viewed by many Brits as the man who won the war. As if an individual can win a war, but no matter, the legacy of World War II in the
The war. What war?
minds of the British made him an icon. It's clear then that all men
It's idolizing to read someone and to say nice things about them. Ruthless criticism by the most ignorant motherfuckers who don't read is the only thing libs accept. True.
Du Bois would have been viewing Stalin from a very different perspective, and perspective is everything. The other reason is that in addition to legacy playing a contemporary role then, it also plays a very different role today. Whether these figures were right or wrong, they ultimately stand as something far more than
They were all right. I am like I am like trying to think of a bad take that any one of these had, just in case I had to say except this one time. But honestly, this is a pretty solid list. Like I cannot really think of any like bad takes from anyone. Like the worst thing I can think of any one of them is like Angela Davis being like a bit too academic and scholarly in some of her writings. Like that's literally the worst I can think of.
simply their individual views. They represent for many a time and place in history that is higher than them as people. Che and Fidel were not great people because of their views on the Politburo. They were great people because they were Che and fucking Fidel. They, along with their cadre, took Cuba, for Christ's sake. They would not be so celebrated in history today if they'd constantly failed miserably with nothing to show.
Yeah, they wouldn't be so celebrated, huh? They're so celebrated. Huh. It's not like literally every other week I find a whole thread about how, oh, Castro wasn't that good actually. Oh, Castro was conservative, and Che was actually so celebrated.
Or learn from it. Che, in particular, is a universal symbol of revolution, but even though that's more due to
I don't know, Bad Mouse. Tell that to the people who are making those threads on Twitter.
lacks copyright, it speaks to Che's character that he wasn't content to simply stop at Cuba, but went on to Central Africa and later Bolivia to continue the revolutionary struggle. It's the zeal, spirit, and determination that people venerate him for. Nobody really cares about Folkismo in this day and age, and neither do they his views on the Kremlin. If you want his views on that, then they're decidedly critical. Yes, even these guys were very capable of doing just that. The same goes for Huey and Hampton. Their life's work was actually engaging in line struggle. Were very capable of doing just that. The same
Oh, he was Huey? Interesting.
goes for Huey and Hampton. Their life's work was actually engaging in line struggle. And just to hammer this point home once more,
Ayala Loki is very digestible. I just think her feminism can be appropriated against colonized men instead of in support of black women, but it's all feminism, to be honest. I mean, yeah, literally. Maybe if we're gonna watch it tomorrow. It's okay, it's Bruski, don't worry.
look at how old they were when they took up their highest positions.
Fred Hampton leading the revolution at 20 years old. Me being a sack of uselessness at 20.
I want that to be a sobering thought. These people's places in history is represented by just a few years after adolescence. I'm afraid to say that Juche Joe 97 on Twitter arguing about the nature of the Moscow trials just really doesn't compare. You are not the Black Panther Party, or the Red Brigades. You are not RAF. You are not the Blackingata Gang. These people actually did stuff. They actually made history. And this is interesting. Even with the bias of modern eyes, one can't help but look around and find that orcs today of similar character are pretty impotent. Apart from the occasional flag-waving demo here and there. It's all well and good.
True. I mean, to be fair to the modern Western revolutionaries, the reason there are no movements currently in the US specifically is because of what the FBI did to all the movements of the 60s. You know? Like, they quite literally killed them all. So yeah, that laid a pretty solid foundation for people not to be not to be too eager to start their own revolution, if you know what I mean. You know? So yeah. Was, still is, oh my god. Yeah, Kingdom Pro and MK Ultra, yeah.
Harping on old names, but can you really say the same for the present? Of course, one could make the argument, well, this is an indictment of the left at large, but
I mean, I don't know. I think she is a pretty good revolutionary. I mean, to be fair, he didn't do... I mean, he's doing revolution, I guess. But yeah. Pretty much just murdered all the communists that actually did something, yeah. Also, hi Freya, welcome.
the point is, they're not you. They're not the same. I'm not saying that you literally have to rob a bank. This is not the 70s anymore, but the comparison is...
I mean, all I'm going to say is that for the revolution to take place, we will need hackers. And I've been saying this since 2021, okay? So in 5 years' time, when someone says, oh, we should have hackers in our revolution, y'all better be there and say, well, Steph said that 5 years ago, So maybe you should give it credit. And maybe we should make it the head of our entire party and put his face on our flag. Okay, don't do that.
Edifying nonetheless. Why are so many of these groups
Make it very friendly for white people. Oh my god. Create a hippie movement to replace it. Oh my god.
today so stagnant when their predecessors, even under duress, were making history? Also, no, seriously, why is Malcolm X here? It's been a fairly opportunistic trend in recent days to label Malcolm X a communist, even more strangely, a Marxist-Leninist. I've looked around
Again. Okay. This is like weird, because like I think it's weird to not understand why he is called that. But because at the end of the day, like, he was a self-described Pan-African, Pan-Arabist, which is very intertwined with Pan-Africanism, but we can talk about that another day. But at the end of the day, ultimately, his ideology was very anti-imperialistic, right? And if you know anything about imperialism, is that if you want to learn about imperialism, or anti-imperialism rather, the person that you have to go to is Lenin. Because even if you go to like new writers or contemporary writers, if they are worth reading, they will most likely quote Lenin. Like, Lenin is quite literally the first person who did a proper, sound, materialistic analysis of imperialism. Right? And even if a lot of Pan-Arabist or Pan-Africanist movements don't necessarily take from Lenin directly, there will be a lot of similarities in the approaches or in the analysis that they make. So it makes sense why MLs would like to claim Malcolm X, even though he technically wasn't an ML. But yeah.
under the evidence, and it's very scant to say the least. It's about as strong
After
as
this graphic, but 2 times bigger. Too many cool tankies left off. Honestly, true Bolden.
saying that Orwell, Tolkien, or even Chris Hedges were all anarchists.
Anarchist, that's the anarchist in me.
I mean, Orwell wasn't an anarchist. Orwell was just a reactionary. Also, I'm pretty sure Chris Hedges is just a bit to the left of Wolf. And even Wolf is not a communist. He has better analysis of any other. He has way better analysis than most people who claim to be on the left in the West, you know. He arguably has better analysis than some self-proclaimed communists, you know. But like, Hedges is like literally to the marginal left of Wolf. You know? Like, to call Hedges an anarchist is like insulting him. Also, hi Dorian, welcome. Tolkien, the modern Nazi myth maker, literally.
Malcolm Tolkien, or even Chris Hedges.
Oh my god. Wait, okay. I'm not going to say anything. Look, I'm not like. Look, is Wolf trash? Sometimes, okay? Sometimes. If you want to understand, like, current economics, if you want to understand the basics of current economics, he's a god. But once you understand the economics and become a communist and realize he's just a syndicalist, to be honest, and I feel like calling him a syndicalist is a bit too charitable. Then Wolf like becomes like, oh yeah, interesting. Why are you doing here? Why are you doing here? But yeah, calling their investment company stuff like Palantir. If you want to know whether line go up or go down, literally, literally, it is interesting because like he was in he was in the JT Jugovnik Hakim podcast. And I think Jugovnik asked him something along the lines of like, so if I want to invest, what do you think we should do? And Wolf was like, I will not tell you anything. And Wolf was like, look, line might be going up, but I won't tell you to invest. So yeah, he's basically the person you want to go to ask, line go up or go down, you know? So, he just won't take the step from anti-capitalist to anti-imperialist. Okay, I have never heard any anti-communist take from Wolf. Like, I have never heard him say anything anti-USSR, anti-China, even anti-DPRK, and nothing overtly anti-imperialist. Like, the worst I've heard him is like just like not mention overtly how imperialism affected a country, but he still like makes those nods of like wonder why the economy of this country is like that, or like he will mention like the sanctions of Korea or Cuba, right? And like that is like as far as he goes. And I know that that in itself is a criticism because he should just say it, right? Just say it. But like other than that, like criticism of Wolf is more about the things that he doesn't say more than about the things that he does say, you know? So yeah. Also, I would literally just love to have an interview with Wolf just to ask him about ideology because I feel like everyone asks him about economics, right? And it makes sense because he's literally an economist. But I'm just like, okay, Wolfie, tell us. Are you actually a Marxist though? Not a Marxist economist, a Marxist. Period. You know? Tell us. Also tell us why anarchist economics doesn't make sense. But yeah. uh, yeah, I think he keeps his rhetoric elementary level because he's trying to get American people who are politically educated as rocks. I mean, yeah. I've heard him go anti-USSR a few different times. The usual. Really? I have personally never heard him like say that. But to be honest, I haven't engaged with Wolf too much lately, like for like a solid year. And the only times that I have engaged with him is when they are asking him about like economics. So, yeah. Cops will not save us. Oh my god. Don't even get me started with that. Cause like I feel like every time like when I'm in a safe like when we are like between all of us thank yous, I feel like it's safe to just say that unions are kind of useless. Sorry. I said it. Cops, unions, kind of useless. Like, it literally doesn't matter as long as we continue under capitalism. It literally doesn't matter. You know? But I feel like when I have to explain this take to people who are like talking about unionizing and yeah, co-ops, I'm like, I mean, they're not bad, you know, but it doesn't really matter as long as the superstructure is the same, you know. So yeah. Okay, bye. And yeah, say that either, but it's been about as long as you have since I've listened to them. Oh my god, I gotta watch Wolf for probably a year or two, and I've watched him on Lex Friedman, Airhead Liberal from Russia, I believe, Loves Democracy in America, and Elon. Oh my god. Why the fuck are you watching that, Bowman?
We're all anarchists.
Anarchist, that's the anarchist in me.
The CPE USA is currently just as disconnected from the masses. I mean, our corporate, I mean, literally. Literally, you know. So, unless they have a general strike, they don't damage capital. True. You know.
Malcolm X described himself
Capitalism with co-op character. That is literally. That is literally. Okay, that is not literally Wolf's ideology. I won't say that. Because he wants socialism, allegedly. Allegedly. But. That is Wolf's ideology. He like somehow wants everything to be a co-op, which is quite literally impossible. But sure, go on. Because like the other day, I was actually thinking about, okay, can you have a system of just co-ops and unions? And it gets to a point where no, just no. Don't expect me to. Don't expect me to. Um. Expand upon that because I don't know. Okay.
in 19... We're all anarchists.
Anarchist, that's the anarchist in me.
Malcolm X described himself in 1950 while still locked up as a communist, but after that we don't really have any other mentions. It's safe to assume that he may have briefly gone communist, but then had second thoughts, bearing in mind that he had many more years left in prison and many more books left to read. Labeling him red based on a single letter when there were many years left of his life.
Okay, I wouldn't again. I wouldn't label him red because of that one letter. I would label him red because of all the things he did. Hello? Like he like whatever. Okay, whatever.
Comes across as fairly opportunistic, as it also comes to contrast when he praises anti-communists like Oswald Spengler. And so
Okay, maybe I disavow Malcolm. Okay, bye.
throws to the fact that he met with Castro, or
Okay, full ML, thank you, let's go.
that he praised the Cuban Revolution, just come across as plain ignorant. Especially when you consider that their meeting happened prior to Castro even labeling himself a communist, and for the last time, the Cuban Revolution was not communist, it was a national revolution. Was he an anti-capitalist? Was he some sort of socialist? I don't know.
I mean... Okay. Technically, yes. Technically, yes, the Cuban Revolution wasn't a communist revolution. But since it has become one, And Che, I don't know if technically Che was a communist, right? Uh, but regardless of that, like a lot of the theory that Che wrote, I'm pretty sure he wrote theory, was still very aligned with communist ideals. So it gets to a point where does it really matter that they were technically communists when at the end of the day they are still fighting for the same, you know? Like again, I get that technically they are not or they were not communists, right? But again, at the end of the day, does it matter? like am I supposed to not be able to like Malcolm X because I'm a communist and he technically wasn't? like, it's so like, what's the whole point of this even? You know, like, eh. They didn't swear upon the holy book. They didn't swear upon Das Kapital. How dare they? They are not true communists. They didn't fulfill. Yeah, it's like is Mao technically not a communist because he didn't achieve communism? Like, if you keep going, like to what point? Like, what's the line? You know? But yeah. He studied Marx and Mao and guerrilla warfare and wanted international. Oh, okay. I didn't know if he already had Mao at the time, but yeah. He's missing the point of why Malcolm X. Yeah, literally.
What we do know
like,
is that
because like, what's the whole purpose of this? It's like it's almost like he wants to paint Malcolm X as some liberal. like again, sure, technically he wasn't a communist, but like literally what's the difference of the ideals of Malcolm X and Fred Hampton? You know, like they took very different approaches, but at the end of the day they wanted self-liberation, self-actualization, like self-determination, you know. They were against imperialism. Pro-Cuba. I don't know Malcolm's thoughts on China, so don't ask me. But yeah.
this level of recuperation is quite strange. When even George Michael had more evidence for dying a communist, it comes across as a bit, bit idol grabby. Why?
Okay, and this thing is like, as like, it is interesting, but we have to listen to the wide angle. Oh my god, Marge. I think it's interesting how, like, I think the main reason why we tend to grab onto idols or grab onto like specific people, it's because that way, because one, we have quite literally been indoctrinated to do that, because all our lives history was quite literally taught to us in that way, like through like iconic iconic, quite literally, like icons, through iconic people of each era, each period of time, like you are not taught about Egypt without being taught about some specific pharaoh, or you are not taught about the United States without being taught about the presidents. You are not taught about the USSR without being taught about Lenin, Stalin, Khrushchev, like the presidents. You are not taught about other countries without their. You are not taught about European monarchies without being taught about, oh, surprise, the monarchs. You're not, like, it makes sense. So when we have to talk about certain periods of time, it makes sense that we will take specific people to explain to others what was happening and what was the context like, right? It is way easier for us to understand it and for us to make other people understand. Like, even if we as communists, Marxist, whatever, understand that idolizing people is bad. Well, it is. I mean, maybe idolizing Mao is not that bad. Maybe Stalin was just that perfect. Just kidding. Uh, like, as much as we understand that idolizing is bad, right? Like, it's still too ingrained in our subconscious to just get rid of that. And even if we were to get rid of that, other people would still need to understand it. So we would still need to go back to that. And even then, even if we understand that idolizing is bad, what else are you going to say? Oh, even if we understand, okay, even if we understand that idolizing is bad, they are still useful as a starting point to starting teaching people about history, about the realities that certain places experience, like. And again, what's wrong with my Stalin shrine? Why can I pray to Ho Chi Minh all day? Every day? What's wrong with having my phone background as Deng? Just kidding, I don't have that. But yeah. Bad Mouse could have read all of these people's autobiographies literally instead of guessing, because what is this nonsense? Malcolm was a Muslim African socialist in that order. His father was a garbage union, Negro Improvement Organization, can't remember the exact letters, and murdered by the KKK. Damn. He's like overlooking how important national liberation is to anti-imperialist communists and trying to score points by going, these national liberation leaders you like wearing even communists get wrecked. Like, yeah, literally, like, again, like, I quite literally don't even fucking care if I get Gaddafi. Okay, you know what? A couple of weeks ago, someone by the name of a certain metal told the other certain person that Gaddafi wasn't a socialist. And you know what was my reaction to that? I don't care. I literally don't care. You know why? Because Gaddafi, regardless of him being a socialist or not, he made good fucking policies in Libya. It was Libya, right? I always forget. Yes, Libya. I knew that. In Libya, like, he literally gave housing to people. That's what matters to me. He was fighting for Pan-Africanism and Pan-Arabism. That's self-determination. That's what matters. I don't care if he wasn't a full-blown sword by that capital Marxist Leninist, you know? What matters is that he bettered the lives of his people. That's what matters. What matters is that he was fighting against imperialism. That's what matters. Like, it is so fucking pedantic to be so focused on technicalities, and even worse, getting those technicalities wrong. Okay. End of my tangent. Anywhere anybody examines their conditions and looks away, change them, socialism is inevitable, literally. Idolizing Mao has led to some pretty bad dogmatism through Ian. True, like literally, your kappa is like not necessary. My Mao body pillow. Oh my god. Also, hi Alexander, welcome. It's been a while. I hope you're okay. You were left at tangent station, literally. Had to wait for the next train. Since 1969. If Gaddafi wasn't a socialist, I don't know who is. Literally, like again, literally, like I don't care if he wasn't sworn by Das Kapital Marxist, you know, like he was doing some pretty socialistic things, if you ask me, you know. He's a fraudulent commie. He then started talking about the holy book that can't be a communist. You know what? I'm saying it, dude. I will never. That's a lie. I want to read Das Kapital, but I have never read Das Kapital so far. And I'm a better communist. That's not. And I'm a communist still. He didn't erect. Sorry. I mean, I hope you're well as well. Oh, thank you. Oh my god, I love that emote.
Hey, why is having all these people in your group so essential to your beliefs?
It's not. It's not essential at all. No one has said that. It's just fun. Like, at least personally, it's just fun to have an arsenal of people and be like, you know what, that person was tanky, you know, so maybe you shouldn't say that tankies are bad, you know, like, but other than that, like, like I won't stop being an ML or a tanky when all of a sudden, oh, Malcolm X wasn't technically an ML, so he wasn't a tanky, like. Okay, like, hello? We literally follow Marx. What did Marx do other than write theory? Quite literally nothing. I mean, writing theory was, for the theory that he wrote was a lot, you know, but other than that, like, he was just a sugar baby of Daddy Engels. Just saying. Oh yeah, I guess, yeah, he was a journal. But see, Rania Khalek is basically current Marx. You should all clip that and spam it to Rania's Twitter for her to follow me. Yes. Rania Khalek is basically today's Marx. I mean, yeah. And also asking for Daddy Engels. He singled out Toure before I got here, but on that one I say it might be technically correct that he was an ML, but if so, that technically is a stretch. I mean, like, when we were talking about Toure, we were like, yeah, Toure wasn't an ML because he was quite literally above Marx. Like, Marx had class analysis, Toure had class, race, imperialism, and like every other analysis possible. Like, like I don't know what to tell you. He had sociological analysis. Um, Marx's theory was only so good because he was so intimately involved with the workers and the oppressed. Yeah, yeah, literally. I mean, Marx didn't grow up in the same context as Toure. Oh my god. I mean, true, you know. I mean, again, like it goes back to this is why, like, we are Marxist Leninists because Marx couldn't write about about imperialism to the extent that Lenin could, because Lenin was in the imperial periphery or in the was literally in the imperial periphery, whereas Marx was in the imperial core, so he was blind to the atrocities of imperialism, right? So, yeah. I mean, he wasn't that blind, but whatever. Like, Lenin had more of an insight. He was literally living imperialism. Hello? He literally became the chairman of the party when Russia was literally being attacked by Germany and Japan. Hello? Okay. For black people, Toure was tourist. Oh my god. He was a founding member of the All African People's Revolutionary Party, who started ideally was the Cremanism, tourism, and my understanding is that Cremanism is an adaptation of Marxism-Leninism to the Pan-African struggle against neocolonialism. And developing on Lenin's writing, Gramsci wrote on the current hegemonic empire as well as parenting. See, again, you will have to go back to Lenin inevitably. You will have to go back to Marx inevitably. And again, it's not even about the fact that Lenin or Marx were the best, but the reality is that they were the first that were able to put into paper, into understandable, like widespread understandable language, those thoughts and that analysis. And that's why it just so happens that because they were the first to be able to do that, we are now talking about them, you know? But yeah. The insight for his imperialism analysis comes from Engels, since he was actually alive for the birth of imperialism. Marx only saw crude colonialism. Oh, interesting. The only contribution to global class struggle was immense. You can dismiss him. Yeah. Like, he got it going. Yeah. 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 Down with junkie. Okay. I don't know why. Okay, 16. Why 4 minutes of this? Okay. Oh my god, Bolden. Oh my god. White people be wildin'.
I've so far talked about Tanky as being a derivative of Marxism-Leninism, but you probably know by now that often such accusatories don't even belong there in the first place. There's nothing about being an upholder of democratic centralism that secures one's place as a Tanky.
If you are anti-US, you are way ahead of anyone in the Western left. That's it. Like, I don't care if you are like I don't care if you're still if you are a Sogdan, for that matter. If you're against the US, you are my ally.
Just
Even if you, I mean, yeah, even if you're a Russian liberal Which I doubt that a liberal can be against the US, to be honest, but even if you were a Russian liberal that is just against the US for the sake of being against the US, you are still better than most Western leftists.
Discussion these days tends to be wrapped around one main principle: anti-Americanism. Now, while at first you might say, well, of course, America bad, the issue comes when we use it for our ideological basis. By all means, down with the USA, let it burn, but your opposition to America should always be firmly rooted in its actions and its history, not create an almost transcendent animosity towards it that takes...
No, you just have to be against the US just because, yes. Period.
precedent over class.
Like, literally. It changes the circumstances of not being able to go to London or Greece or holiday anymore. So, oh my god, some are of course playing Putin, but they are the minority. Interesting.
Struggle. The effect of this ideological standpoint is that you end up defending pretty much anything opposed to America. And
literally everything that opposes America is good, actually. Like, literally name a single thing that is against the US that is bad. I guess Japanese imperialism. But that doesn't exist anymore. Because the US took over Japan. So, but apart from that, I literally cannot think of anything else that is against the US and bad. Because even the one thing that I would say that China is doing bad is because they are not going against the US. So yeah. It's not the ideological basis. I have an ideology, and when I apply my ideology to an assessment of the US, I find that the US is the most destructive force of the planet. True, that's literally a fact. Like, the start of the war, they were very against it, but then the sanctions hit, and it was like, nah, fuck those guys, literally. If American imperialism is fighting the devil, I'm with Satan. Literally. Literally. Not a communist, don't worry.
don't eye roll me or say that I don't understand primary contradictions or what have you, because you...
I mean, you clearly don't if you have a problem with being against the US. So, like again, I cannot think of any material example where I literally cannot think of a material example where being against the US can be bad.
know that this happens. We need to recognize that capitalist states, like Russia, have the same interests as other world powers. The only main difference is that they're on the lesser team. There's certainly...
This is literally worse than when people were screaming Russian imperialism, Chinese imperialism, and it's like, really? Is this the best you've got? Just superfluous, irrelevant, to be honest, analysis. Just that. Your best counter argument to anti-Americanism is both bad? Really? Really? This is just sad, to be honest. God. This is just sad.
geopolitical complexity to it. I'm not...
The US? You mean the US government? No, I mean the US. The lesser team, the lesser. Literally, Ian, like not even trying to mask the racism. Noble than all the US. US government and the deep state when they say fuck the US, because that's the part where the US that's fucking it all up. I mean, I'm talking about the entire country, but you know, sure, go with the sugarcoating of everything. Don't worry, Bolin. I'll bring you to Peru.
Not going to get into that today, but the conclusion here is never to take their side, or
Commerce in the US. Sure. Just kidding.
say that
No, yeah. CIA will find you. In my commune? Are you sure? I don't know. I don't think the CIA can reach my commune. Just saying.
you don't, but do it anyway. To do this leads people to make very ahistorical, or say, not going to get into that today, but the conclusion here is never to take their side, or say that you don't, but do it anyway. To do
Okay, there are two sides, right? The US side and the anti-US side that happens to be represented by Russia in this case. Unless you are pro-US, you will have to take the Russia side. Because that is how reality works. Unless you decide to take the third side, which is both bad, then if we live in a US hegemonic world where the US has the advantage, if you decide to take no sides, then you're taking the US side. So at that point, might as well just be pro-Russia. Putin did nothing wrong. Literally the US side and the correct side, literally, Mark. No, you. Oh my god, what did you say? Oh my god, Boulder. There's a whole tangled mess of cultural values associated with the US ruling class that are all bad. It's not strictly just the government that is bad. Fact. Well, you have a point. I'm reluctant to blame the masses who have almost no control over it versus the ruling classes that enforce the conditions. Like, yes, like that's the thing. Like, both of you are technically true, right? Like, but it's like. It's like, of course, Ian, like, of course. But that's, like, not the point, you know? Like, sure, when we say we're against a country, we're talking about the government, not the people, you know? But it's not about that. It's about the hegemonic relationships that exist, about the contradictions that exist within each sphere of analysis or whatever, right? Like, when I say fuck the US, I'm not even talking about like the government. I'm talking about the concept of the US. Right? Like, I'm not even talking about like government or people. Right? Like, I'm talking about like all the historical things that have like build up their way into creating those material realities that are oppressing the working class in that particular way, you know. But unless you want me to say to every time that I say like fuck the US, instead of saying fuck the US, you want me to say fuck all the historical oppressive working class. Like, I'm just going to say fuck the US, you know. And I expect everyone here to understand. And if you get offended, then maybe you need to read more Marx. I'm not saying that you got offended. I'm just saying that it's like we are all we all understand all of these, you know. But yeah. Third side, which is also the U.S. side, literally. If the economy is the government versus people, then yes, probably the government. Both sides buy it. Now, allow me to explain why we need to spend 100 billion to a fascist and a nationalist puppet of NATO, literally. It's simply the arm of the corporate American enforcing their material interest, just clearing up what we refer to when we say we hate the US. I mean, yeah. Not interrupting what is being said, merely trying to clear it up for. Oh, okay. DTA is also saying that's why I am the one clearing it up for you. Wow. How to pay agents. Oh, okay. The CIA doesn't give you. Let's say after you to. Okay, you're. If you want me to unban you, Nicolate, subscribe on tier 3. Or you can also donate. There's a donate button in the description. You can give me money. Yeah.
This leads people to make very ahistoric takes, from saying that Russians are a colonized indigenous group, claiming that certain
Okay. I wouldn't just throw that sentence around, but it's not a lie either technically, but like there's a lot to unpack. There's a lot to unpack there. So I'm not even going to start with that mess. But I'm just going to say that saying that sentence is like just wrong is wrong too. You know, like I think the realities of the it's like are indigenous people are Incas really indigenous people from Peru because they were an empire? So aren't they just colonizers that got colonized? And it's like that's a way to put it. You know, it's kind of a weird way to put it, you know. I guess you could technically be correct, but at the same time, it's like history is way more complicated than that, and to want to simplify it that way is just wrong, or rather, convenient, you know. So like as much as I think Badmouth is wrong for saying that sentence was wrong, like that sentence is also kind of wrong. Like again, it's not like wrong. It's just like he's like lacking historical analysis. You know, a lot of historical analysis. Also against all unjust hierarchies. Sam, oh my god. About tanks and nothing else. True.
genocides with much documentation never happened, or making incredibly
Okay. Unless someone is willing to explain to me the entire history of Russia by detail and how each ethnical group was treated in each moment in time, I think Westerners should just shut the fuck up about it. You know? Because as much as those things happen, I think the people who mention them take advantage of the fact that people don't know what happened and they just throw it around, and it's almost like they're just using the suffering of so many people for their own convenience, and it gets to a point that it's just cynical, you know, like unless they actually know the entire context and what was going on, like I feel uncomfortable when Westerners bring that shit up. Like one time Freya brought up indigenous people of Argentina when we were talking about China and how China and Argentina had signed for the Belt and Road Initiative. And that really triggered me because like Argentina is literally right there for me, right? And we share a lot of history. Well, not all, but we have a lot of history in common, right? Especially with like uh Spain. And so when she mentioned like she just mentioned indigenous people of Argentina, that really triggered me because one, like indigeneity works very complexly in Latin America, right? And I would think that it's just as complex in Eastern European countries. Well, I wouldn't say just as complex, but I would say that there is some level of complexity in their own definitions for indigeneity. I like, and it's even weirder because like I think indigeneity has such a like it's a word that is so charged of this US centric understanding of indigenous people and indigenous populations that it almost doesn't apply the same, and it just doesn't apply the same way to other parts of the world, right? Because our histories and our relationships with colonialism are so different, right? Like, and that's why I just don't want people to talk about things that they don't know about, you know? And I don't know, it's like I I'm choking because I get really like it's like personal shit because like I've I've like dealt a lot with like identity, right? And um and for example, Law 2 sometimes treats me like I'm like indigenous, but the reality is that like I almost don't have like Peruvian roots.
Put the money in the
And even if I had, I haven't found it. I haven't found any direct link with that. And even then, like, the ones that I found have been from people who, from colonies that have immigrated, like, post the colonial period. So it's not like I have a like great understanding. Like, I barely have I barely have an understanding of my own identity. Unpacking, like, what is indigeneity in my country, in my entire country, is even more complicated. And then people expect me to define that within the context of my entire continent. And by continent, I mean Latin America. Like, it is a lot, and just me feeling overwhelmed as someone who quite literally lives here makes me very triggered when people who aren't even here want to pretend that they know shit about my own fucking history or the histories of other countries that they have no fucking idea about, right? And again, it's even more infuriating because they just use the experiences of these people cynically as just arguments to win an online fight, right? Like, people don't understand how, like, all the fucking layers of racism that go into saying that there's a Uyghur genocide going on in China. Like, it's like to hear US people who to this day are bombing Muslim countries, right? Say that they care about Muslim people in China. Like, just on that level alone, like, the level of racism is unfathomable. Just on that level alone. Palestine. It's like, to add to that, you have another layer of double genocide theory. You have another layer of wanting to antagonize Chinese people. Like, on top of that, on top of that, they are creating this. They are literally inventing this antagonism between Han Chinese and, like, literally between Chinese people and Muslims. Like, again, there are so many fucking layers of racism just in the claim of that there is a Uyghur genocide going on in Xinjiang that is baffling. It is truly unfathomable how truly deeply racist that claim is. And I understand that most people don't understand that because they don't actually think about it. But when you actually think about it, it is grotesque. It is disgusting. Like, I don't know what word to use because it's just that fucking disgusting. like they're they're deciding to care. They're deciding to act like they care about people who they quite literally bomb, and then antagonizing another group of people who they have quite literally antagonized their whole fucking lives, and taking advantage of that to promote even more racist narratives about them. Like, okay. Okay. I'm like dying. And also, I don't know why I have to deal with so many trolls every time I stream. But yeah. From Mexico visiting our tribe and saying how fortunate we are, we still have our language and cultural doings. Like, all he had was his family community, had Spanish and church, and not too much tribal connection. Yeah, like, even then, right? Like I find very interesting how Mexico. Well, I don't know because I feel like here we have also like also like for example that person at least like had some understanding of his own tribe. Like I don't, because it's even worse for me because I live in the capital of Peru. So the complete alienation from our own indigenous roots is like terrible. It's like huge, right? Like I have nothing to grab onto or like to have any reference because there's literally nothing to grab onto or to have a reference of, right? Like, and for example, when people talk about Han Chinese, right? Like, I get the concept of Han Chinese. Like, it makes sense that a country would develop that because, like, that is what a lot of Latin American countries have developed, in a not in an official sense like China has, but like as much as I'm not indigenous, I'm still Peruvian, right? And uh I have like heritated, and I still have some of that heritage, right? Like, and and like when I see it US from a US perspective, I see like people say, "Oh, that's problematic. You are not a true Peruvian. How can?" But at the same time, like everyone is aware of that. Like that is how there is a connection throughout the entire country, right? And that is also something that connects us with the rest of Latin America. Like it is so much bigger than each individual. And for example, each country has been developing ways to preserve their own like indigeneity because like in Peru, they have started to preserve Quechua and Aymara, which are the two main indigenous languages that are left. They're encouraging their learning, right? And for example, in either Uruguay or Paraguay, you have to learn their native language, their indigenous language, to get to enter to university. Like, and I'm sure Argentina has developed. I know Argentina has developed some programs for indigenous people and all of that. And like each country has its own shit to deal with, and it's completely different. But there's still a lot of similarities between each other, And again, it's very complicated. It's very fucking complicated because like the Europeans didn't just come here and decided to settle and that's it. And decided to, oh, you're all going to be slaves and that's it. Like they didn't do that here. The Spanish didn't do that here. Like our own history with colonialism and the way we were colonized is completely different than the US, than the process that the US went through, And so, yeah, it is complicated and triggering, and I want to die. But yeah. The US, but my lineage comes from Guatemala, but I clearly have lots of colonizer blood in me. So for me to connect to indigenous in Guatemala feels like a stretch. Every year, gay people complain about how pride is corporate shit show plenty of dissent around if you're willing to look at it. True. A bit too naive and gay. Yes. Yes. They desperately want to invent a history for all other nations in order to feel better about the fact that the US was built on millions of dead native people. Literally, literally, it all always goes back to projection, right? They don't know or give a shit about Russia's historical relationship with Central Asia, for example, but they still act like it's the same thing. Literally. Literally. Like, literally, I don't, that is literally the best example that you could have given, Alexander, because, okay, now I'm going to cry. I'm going to leave you with a video, and I'm going to cry, and then I'm going to go back, because, ah! I don't know what to leave you with. Kel Gore, do you have a short video? Please. Please. Okay.
Hey, how's it going? Today you're in for a special treat because we are going to be checking in on some of our favorite landlords of TikTok that we haven't visited for a little while now. So buckle in, baby. Let's open a little lovely here. Pamplemousse. I've been working on this video about drop shipping and I think it's gonna be good, but it needs more time, and I wanted to get a video out for you guys. Anyways, my chair just farted. It's a really squeaky chair. I need to get a different chair. Also, today is March 2nd. I'll probably have this uploaded on March 3rd or 4th, and March 5th is my 31st birthday. So this is pretty much my birthday video. You could say happy birthday, but I'd rather you say something else, honestly, because, even though you're really sweet for saying happy birthday, I get it. I will do my best to have a happy birthday. My only plan is to eat Thai food. Maybe twice. Maybe I'll go get Thai food twice. I don't think I've ever done that in a day. That would be interesting. Okay, so maybe like pad ki mao for lunch and panang tofu for dinner. Oh yeah, okay. Before we get into all this fun landlord stuff, I am going to self-promote for a second. I will keep this very brief. You guys know that I love sitting here alone in my living room and making this content for you. I really do. But it does get a little lonely sometimes. And I love working with other people, which is why I am so excited to announce that I am going to be starring in an all-new reality competition show on TV. I'm going to talk about this project at length in my next video. Don't worry, I'll give you guys a full explainer on everything. But real quick, if you could just go subscribe to Trout Vision TV, I'll link it below, and watch the teaser trailer, and you get to figure out, you'll get to see what it is that I'm doing. Also, March 10th, I'll share the announcement for the audition registration because you, yes you, can audition to be on this show. Like, anyone can audition. In the first round, I will vote for who gets to kind of go on to round 2 anonymously. I won't know who it is. So there's no like bias there. But in all the subsequent rounds, the audience will be the ones voting for the winner. Anyways, I don't want this to get too long. Go check it out. Be sure if you want to audition, sign up for the auditions. I don't want to spoil anything. Okay, let's go clown on some landlords. We are gonna go, this is my burner TikTok account. I'm gonna look through TikToks as always. I look through a lot of them. I'm just gonna show you guys the good stuff. And if there's any copyrighted music, it might sound funny or I might have to dub something over it. You guys know, this is not your first time watching a fucking YouTube video. It was unnecessary. So we're gonna check out some of the landlord villains, I guess you could call them, from some of my other videos. And some of them have kind of mysteriously disappeared from the internet, which is actually fine. Okay, let's start out with Tat Landano. You'll remember. If you haven't seen my original landlord video, all right, so Tat is up to 2.4 million followers. Wow.
I'm going to show you how this building is going to make me $800,000 in just 3 months. I bought the sixplex last year for $1 million, and we finally started with the renovations.
Okay. Nothing has changed, okay?
Currently, the building is empty, and the rents are valued at $850 a month. So, because there are 6 units, this building generates $5,100 a month. But once I'm done renovating the units, the rents are projected to be $1,500 a month, meaning that the property will now generate $9,000 a month. So with the renovations and the new rent, this will allow me to go back to the bank and have the building reevaluated at the market value of $1.8 million. So that gives me $800,000 in just 3 months.
Jesus fucking Christ. She's back. She's worse than ever. You just have to ask yourself, what happens when hundreds and thousands of landlords and real estate people are all doing this all at once? What does that look like? Okay, we're gonna look at the comments really quick. So we just assume every unit will be rented at all times? Yep. That's about as helpful as her fucking videos are, too. This is why no one can afford rent. How about provide affordable housing? That should be illegal. In today's episode of Making the Poor Even Poorer. How to get fired from your job. Okay.
Here are 3 ways to get fired coming from a business owner. Number 1, being a big fat liar. It's really simple. If you're a liar, you can't be trusted. You can't be trusted, you can't work for me. Bye-bye. Number 2, you don't show up. Your phone is legitimate excuses. Your cat died. Your dog died. Your dog's goldfish died. Your mother's uncle is sick in bed. Whatever it is, you're unreliable and you can't work for me. Number 3, my personal favorite. You work for me, but you think you're the boss. If you think that you're going to come to my office and start running the show your way, the only thing you should be thinking about is getting a new job because you are fired.
Honestly, I don't even know what to say about this other than the fact that I hate everything that this culture represents. I hate her attitude. I hate the like sort of indignance she has about like her power.
I just want to mention that I think I've watched part 1 of this video, or I've watched another video of hers where she covered her, or I think Noah also covered her. I don't know. Someone else showed this woman the exact same thought, Dorian. Like, oh, I think Carter was watching her. I hate this woman. She's like, if you combine a Karen, a Karen, and an ANCAP. If you have an ANCAP Karen, this is her.
Power over others, being questioned or called.
I love like like ANCAPs are not like a thing that anyone can be. Not an ANCAP is like a specific type of person, and Karens are another one. So yeah.
Just all of it. It's just gross. Okay, we're gonna switch over. We're gonna go check out. Oh god, Addison Jarman. Let's see if she has any. Oh, she's got an NFT explained. Let's see if she has any landlord ones recently.
Is it true real estate made you a millionaire before you were 30? Yep, it's a great investment. I believe you, but I don't have the funds to buy property. You could try a fixer-upper, buy the home discounted, and then fix it up yourself to save money. Yeah, I don't have time for that. Okay, you need to check out.
Okay, let's just take this. I don't have the money to buy a house to sell it. Oh, it's okay. You just have to buy a house and fix it and then sell it. Okay, but I don't have the money. Uh, excuse me, ma'am, I don't have the money. I don't have the money, ma'am, to buy it. It's okay. Just buy a house. Just buy a cheaper house, ma'am. I I can't buy any house. They're all too expensive. Just buy a house. Buy a house. I can't. I literally can't. Just buy a house then. Ma'am, this is a Wendy's. Okay.
Fundrise. It's completely passive and you can start investing in real estate with as little as $10. Whoa, how does it work? They own real estate all over the US and they do all the work, buying the homes, property management, etc. Sounds perfect. How do I get started? Check them out. They're linked in
I don't know what the fuck Fundrise is, but I hate it. So obviously this is just an ad, which is par for the course. Most of her content is just get the link in my bio. This is just
Okay. What if I don't have those $10? Ma'am? Investment service. And ironically, you would make more money if you put that onto crypto. Don't do that either. But honestly, it literally, yes. Fundrise is the first investment platform to create a simple, low-cost way for anyone to access real estate's historically consistent, exceptional returns. Disgusting. Disgusting. If I cannot add syllables, I will take them out.
just like nonsense. It's like they keep adding like these third and fourth and fifth parties to like the real estate game.
I just want to have a break and then we'll go back to this video. I will literally just jump this. But yeah. Dogecoin, oh my god. It literally already... Isn't it like... Does it already exist? Does it still exist?
So this company called Fundrise owns houses. What do? You just...
I'm just... it's just a break in... we're just shitting on landlords and then we're going to back to the video. But yeah.
Do you invest?
I needed a break. This is why I don't talk about Peru. Because then it becomes like... Then like I will have to explain like colonialism in Latin America and... I didn't like history for a reason, okay? I didn't like history class for a reason. And that reason is we always were taught the exact same shit in the most superfluous way for it to be completely useless. And then when I reached high school, all the teachers expected us to know all the history that I had already forgotten. Because it was very surface level. And when I didn't know anything, I would fail. So yeah, fuck that.
In like a piece of a house.
Traditionally, individual investors have been limited to investing in public stocks and bonds, while institutional investors have consistently outperformed public markets by investing in alternative assets like private market real estate. Fundrise offers a real alternative to the stock market. We use technology to enable individual investors to invest with low fees and low minimums into a diversified portfolio Literally more stocks. Wow. So innovative.
Videos are so annoying. Okay, let's go visit a friend named Tom.
Literally. Literally, yeah. Not even like, literally the same.
Cruise.
But with a niche in real estate. So now when the housing market crashes again even more, because it never stopped crashing, by the way, people can blame it on the people using that app instead of the Wall Street people.
NC. I don't even know if I want to fucking look. Thing is, sometimes his videos are really long. Okay, let's go to the gentrification
Oh my god, not this guy. Oh my god. You know what's the worst part of this guy? That he's a white guy.
one because I feel like we can have a conversation about this. It says, reply to Bree whatever is Section 8 investing gentrification. By the way, I do feel like, while my critiques of Tom in my first video about him, I'll link it below or here or something, I do think that there were some things in that video that I didn't necessarily argue very well, but everything about what he does feels so icky. I got a lot of heat on that video, I'm not gonna lie. That video, I think because he posted about me several times on his TikTok, I mean, he's got like, I don't know, 1 million followers or something, and a bunch of people came over to my YouTube channel and like called me fat and ugly and stuff. The point is, he is doing sketchy fucking shit, and a lot of people were saying, oh, someone has to be a Section 8 landlord, we need more Section 8 landlords. He's not just being a Section
Hello? 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 What do you mean? What do you mean you have to be not just a landlord, not just a landlord, a Section 8 landlord? It wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough to be that shit of a person to be a landlord. You just have to be the shittiest person in the entire fucking world that you have that instead of just giving people free housing, no, you have to take the money of those who quite literally cannot afford to rent. Hello? Hello? What's the point of Section 8 housing in the first place? The US is a horrible, horrible place. Oh my god. Also, hi Brian, welcome. Why? Why? Why?
Section 8 landlord. One has to be a Section 8 landlord. We need more Section 8 landlords. He's not just being a Section 8 landlord. He is leveraging the system in a way that is getting him massive wealth. We need a way more robust public housing.
You know what? She is telling the truth. He's not just he's not just the scummiest, worst, shittiest person in the world. He's quite literally incentivizing other people to be that. Because it wasn't enough for him to be quite literally the worst person in the world he could be. He needed more people like him. I think this video is putting me in a worse mood than the other one.
Housing program that allows people to not only rent better apartments and better homes for longer with more stability, but we also need rent to own options through the federal government, because people like Tom Cruise have made it so that buying a home is becoming harder and harder for regular people. Let's see if he's changed his shtick at all.
I've never been called a gentrifier, but I will answer this very interesting question. Do you have a video explaining what I'm doing with properties and how it's not gentrification? Merriam-Webster defines gentrification.
I don't know exactly what it is that the person was referring to, but if I had to guess, it's just the fact that he's buying hundreds of houses and then renting them to Section 8 tenants. I don't really know if that would count as gentrification necessarily, because gentrification would probably be more like pushing lower income people out. So I'm guessing that's what he's going to argue, is that he's not gentrifying. Another big issue I have with what he's doing isn't just that he personally is going around and buying up all the Section 8 housing to make himself wealthier. It's also that he is selling these courses, and he has different ones too. He has Section 8, he has his wholesaling one.
He has people paying him to become the worst people in the world? Oh. Ooh, girl. Ooh, girl. Ooh, girl. I'm about to say some shit that is TOS. And let me tell you, him being white doesn't help at all.
And wholesaling is when you like buy up houses in bulk before they even hit the real estate market. Is this a valid, legal business model? Yeah, technically. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean it's illegal or something. But I think he really fails to tell people it might have worked for him.
You know it's fucked when it's illegal. That's the worst part of all. It's illegal.
He might come from money, he might have some other advantage or privilege, but it's not necessarily going to work for those people.
Sorry, that was a real
and
soapbox.
there's a lot
Why did I say sorry?
Or Ash.
АИС нижнее подчеркивание феминист критик just subscribed меньше чем 3.
Thank you, Ashlyn. Thank you for subscribing. Oh my god, it's been 19 months.
You guys, stop making that surprise.
Oh my
face.
god.
So annoying.
Shut up.
That surprise all the time.
No, Ashlyn.
АИС нижнее подчеркивание феминист критик HAS gifted 5 subs to tier friends.
I just came for crying. I don't want to cry again. Thank you, Ashlyn, for resubscribing and for thank you, and for the 5 gifties. Thank you. I feel I love you, Ashlyn. I'm actually going to cry again. Oh my god, thank you, Ashlyn. I hope you're doing good. I haven't talked to you in a while.
Sorry, that was a real soapbox.
Brian!
Why did I say sorry?
Thank you, Brian.
Brian 84 just subscribed. Себе за the tank.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you for resubscribing for 16 months. I will just pretend that we're going to subtract like 10 months. 10 months out of that, so it's been 6 months, and Ashlyn has subscribed for 9 months. It's okay to cry. Just present it's a Naruto episode. Oh my god! Don't even get me started. Oh, I hate you so much. A One Piece episode. Fuck One Piece. Celebrate. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, Ricky. Also. Okay. Okay. So many. I feel like I haven't shouted out anyone in such a long time. But hi Ricky and hi Ashlyn and hi everyone. I forgot I have a cooldown. Hi Ricky and did someone else came? No. Oh yeah, I was crying. I was going to tell you all not to start a hype train. Okay. I will do the fucking crunchy. One, two.
Sorry, that was a real soapbox.
No, oh
Why
my
did I
God,
say sorry?
Three.
Ricky the Great 1 just subscribed.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay. No, why did you subscribe? I hate you. I hate you all. Why did you start hypering? Okay, thank you, Ricky. Thank you for resubscribing. Okay. Y'all know what happens if we get to level 5. I have to do a K-pop dance. But we never reach level 5, so it's fine. It's fine. Okay. My head hurts. Thank you for subscribing, Ricky. I appreciate you. Getting buff today, indeed. Like a whole song? Yes, an entire song. Because that is what K-pop dances are. An entire song. Do I know a lot? No. Will I play the video while dancing it and look terrible doing it? Yes, but that's the point. So yeah. 2 hyperlinks in one stream means you get a floss. Oh my god. The TV show Hyun Jung becomes a programmer of the TV show. No.
At stake. There's a lot you can lose. A lot could go wrong. And it's just like, I mean, I'm doing this dropshipping video right now, and it's like, yeah, dropshipping technically is legal, but acting on TikTok like it's gonna
I hate you.
make you millions is misleading.
As a process in which a poor area experiences an influx of middle class or wealthy people who renovate and rebuild houses, forcing property taxes.
No, I won't watch that. I already have too much. I already promote too much K-pop already. I already promote too much US occupied Korean media. So I shouldn't promote even more of that.
Guys, I promise you, there are no middle class or high net worth individuals moving into my Section 8 properties. Furthermore, I am not forcing the appreciation of these properties in any manner through remodeling, through tearing down, through flipping. I am getting properties either move-in ready or close to move-in ready. I might do some cosmetic work. I might do landscaping, cleaning, making sure it passes inspections. And then I'm placing these high cash flowing Section 8 tenants in these properties. I am not forcing any property tax increases, nor any other adverse
Okay, but are you still asking them for money? Because yeah.
Problems in the community or the street by accepting higher quality Section 8 tenants.
Yeah, technically, like, I guess gentrification isn't necessarily the word I would use for Tom Cruise. There's a lot of other words I would use. However, you used the hashtags real estate, rentals, cash flow, investor, learn to invest, okay? Those are the fucking, here, I'll scoot this over a little bit. Those are the hashtags that you used on this video. Explain to me how that is not, quote, wealthy people renovating and rebuilding homes and businesses, which often result in an increase in the property values and displacement of earlier, usually poor residents. When this happens on a national scale, on a national level, where people are doing this in small...
Oh my god, Brian. Thank you for the 500 biddies. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. Also, I haven't streamed in a while. I haven't streamed in a while. Like, all the support counts. I have literally not received a payment from Twitch in like 3 months. And as much as I have like a little part-time job right now, it still helps a lot. So yeah. But thank you, Brian. Thank you for 500 biddies. I appreciate it. Yeah, literally save the hype train.
Small towns everywhere so that they can invest in rundown homes in their area and rent them out to Section 8. That is gentrification.
Sorry, that was
Oh my god, Kensai.
Why did I say sorry?
Thank you, Kensai.
Kinsai 777 just subscribed. Hey,
you.
SEBS.
SCVS, oh my god. Hey, Kensai, thank you for resubscribing. It's been a while, I hope you're doing okay. Here's a page. As you watch the show, you critique and analyze the working conditions of the programmers. Oh my god, pro gamers. Wait, was it pro? Oh, pro gamer. I thought you said you had written programmer. Interesting. Who honestly have pretty messed up conditions. It's very predatory on young people, same as idol culture. I mean, true. No programmer.
Also, if I remember correctly, it's been a little
programmer.
while since I revisited the old video, but don't you also use the scarcity of Section 8 to drive up the vouchers that you receive? And housing in the area is going up because of investors, because of real estate.
He's quite literally the worst person in the world. Period. He's literally the worst living being that exists in this entire universe. He's worse. He's worse than Bezos and Musk. I don't care if he doesn't have as much money. The fact that disgusting. Disgusting!
State fucking entrepreneurs. Because of that, you're able to go to the government or, whatever and say, hey, I should be able to rent at market price, which is way higher than what your current vouchers are. Plus, I'm one of the only Section 8 landlords in the area. All these people need it.
A startup and house investment board left in the middle of a meeting because they forgot about the auction. Holy shit. They have weird reaction sounds for when the K-pop idol clearly doesn't understand the StarCraft meta. Oh my god.
Need to give me more on my voucher so that these people can rent. And while that is helpful to the people in their immediate time of need who need Section 8 housing from the government, what you're doing is you're profiting off of local gentrification to drive up how much the government will give you through the voucher program. So even though you might not necessarily be pushing the poor people out, you're kind of playing into local gentrification happening.
Yeah, like, he might not be doing the gentrification, but he's like clearly part of that process. He's quite literally like promoting that process. He's like promoting the gentrification that is happening a lot. Like to 1 million people.
So
how do evictions work? This is a very unpleasant process that not many people go through in their lifetime. So I'm going to explain how it works step by step. In the great state of North Carolina,
not many people go through in their timeline. This is August 2020, by the way. An estimated 30 to 40 million people are at risk.
Carolina evictions work. This is a very unpleasant process that not many people go through in their lifetime, so I'm going to explain how it works.
Not many people go through in their timeline. 30 to 40 million people are at risk. Also, thank you for a hype train, everyone. Thank you, Ashleen, for resubscribing and gifting those 5 subbies. Thank you, Kensai and Reiki and Brian. Kensai and Brian for resubscribing. And thank you, Brian, for the 500 biddies. I appreciate you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Step by step. In the great state of North Carolina.
Actually, a lot of people go through eviction. How many people are evicted per year, USA?
Wow, literally pre-watching my stream. Literally copying me.
1 million evictions.
In the state of North Carolina, it is shockingly easy to get rid of a shitty tenant. We file for evictions
10% of the US. Literally. Right? Like 30 million is 10% of the US.
weeks after non-payment, generally the 14th or 15th.
Oh my god. But not many people. Not many people.
We're going to the courthouse. We pay $125. They give you a court date in 2 weeks. Tenant shows up, property manager shows up, and there's a magistrate there. Magistrate looks at the tenant, tenant. We file for evictions.
1 million evictions.
In the state of North Carolina, it is shockingly easy to get rid of a shitty tenant. We file for evictions 2 weeks after non-payment.
Look at how he frames it.
In evictions.
In the state of North Carolina.
It's easy to get rid of a shitty tenant. Oh my god, Ian, I hate you.
It is shockingly easy to get rid of a shitty tenant. We file for evictions 2 weeks after non-payment, generally the 14th or 15th. We're going to the courthouse. We pay $125. They give you a court date in 2 weeks. Tenant shows up, property manager shows up, and there's a magistrate there. Magistrate looks at the tenant looks at the magistrate. They're like, did you pay the rent? And they're like, nah. And then the property manager shows invoices, proves they didn't pay the rent. And the magistrate's like, hey, you got to get the fuck out. So from that point on, they have 7 days to make things right, pay their rent. 95% of the time, they don't pay shit. After 7 days, you go back to the sheriff's department and they're like, hey, look, the tenant didn't get the fuck out. And the sheriff's like, we got you. You paid them a $30 filing fee or service fee. They go to the tenant's house, knock on their door, very aggressively, might I add, and tell them, hey, look, you got to get out of here.
Very aggressively, might I add. And he's just happy about it. And yeah, interesting. They're not evicted, they're gotten rid of. Those shitty tenants who don't pay. Who do they think they are? Literally, Alexander. Literally.
Most of the time, the tenant's already vacated. They don't want the embarrassment of having to get kicked out in front of all the neighbors. And then we change out the locks, and then the eviction's done. So.
Yeah. The embarrassment. That's what the tenants are thinking about, the embarrassment.
That's how it works in 1 minute.
In certain cities, certain states, it's different. He was just talking about North Carolina. Some states, it's ridiculously easy. Please, can we just talk about someone else? One of my more recent videos looked at videos from a little guy named Mikey Taylor. Little did I know, this is a former skateboarder. And apparently he's somewhat despised amongst cool people because he has pivoted to being an investment advice guy on fucking TikTok. Okay, so this one says, the secrets of the rich do not want you to know this. This guy in his last time we watched one of his...
The secret of the rich. They were rich all along. The big secret of rich people. They were always rich people. They are white.
Videos, it was like, the many will do this, but only the few will do this. And that to me is just like the funniest fucking language. I don't know. It cracks me up. Okay, let's go.
Something that the rich know that they do not want you to know. And this one's seriously good.
Ooh, oh, I hate like literally every. If any video starts like this, I skip it. I skip it. Even if it's about science, music, whatever, I skip it. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm sure that the format gives you views and all that stuff. I don't care about you. Oh, mind blown, fuck you. I don't care. Fuck you.
Gonna blow your mind away. And if we're meeting for the first time, my name is Mikey Taylor, ex-pro skateboarder turned entrepreneur. My current business is managed.
Skateboarder turned entrepreneur. Why? Why you mention that? You know? Why do I even care who you are? They lifted their bootstraps real hard. If the content was any good, they wouldn't use clickbait language to sell. Literally, Dorian.
Managing almost $200 million of commercial real estate. So if you like money and interested in investing, make sure you follow along. Okay, here's the secret. When most people...
What if I don't like money? What if I hate money? Still, everyone should give me money, just saying.
Want to buy something, they look at the cost.
For the street cred. True.
Cost of the item and then how much time they're going to have to work to be able to buy it. If Netflix costs $120 a year and you make $20 an hour, the cost of Netflix is 6 hours of your time. That's the wrong way to look at it. Instead, take the cost of an item and divide it by 0.04. So if Netflix costs $120 a year, the real cost is $3,000 because that's how much you need invested for the investment to pay for the item. So the rich buy assets first and then products and services second. And if you made it this far, my hook was bullshit. The rich will tell you anything.
Here's the deal.
What? So if you want Netflix, invest $3 million, 3,000, how many? What?
Instead, take the cost of an item and divide it by 0.04. So if Netflix costs $120 a year, the real cost is $3,000 because that's how much you need invested for the investment to pay for the item.
$3,000 investment, paying 4% annual dividend will pay. So if you want Netflix, you will need to invest $3,000 or pay for Netflix. Why pay $120 when you can pay $3,000? Hello?
For the investment, pay for the item. So the rich buy assets first and then products and services second. And
I am... Even then, oh yeah, literally just have the 3K laying around if you want to pay $120 a year service. Also, just because you think something doesn't mean that it will happen. Like, oh, that's the long way to look at it. Okay? Let's say I think like you. That won't make 3,000 appear in front of me so I can put them into the fucking line go up. Literally. Yeah, literally just argue it, you know. Any good content that isn't available elsewhere.
If you made it this far, my hook was bullshit. The rich will tell you anything.
Here's the deal, dude. I know a lot of skateboarders from like the 90s or early 2000s are now rich. They got famous. They made a lot of money. But you are actively exploiting people instead of like using your powers for good. And it really fucking...
Isn't like Tony Hawk like based or something? I mean, based for a celebrity, you know, which is a pretty low bar for being based, but regardless.
Sucks. Just telling like regular people to go become real estate investors is just so cringy. Okay, you know what? I'm sick of all these people. I want to go check out some fucking new landlords because these guys, they suck. Okay, let's see.
He's just not getting canceled.
Wants to raise rent $100 a month, and she's justifying it by saying that the property taxes went up 39%, and therefore this is a necessary and conscientious business decision. Suffice it to say, I am skeptical. So you can go to your county assessor's page, type in your address, and get this information here. And if you can see, there's a page for taxes. So if you click on that, you get this lovely page where it shows all of the taxes and the value and all of that stuff in your property. So I looked, and sure enough, they paid $4,714.29 this year in taxes. And you can go and look at previous years in taxes. So if we look at 2020, they paid $3,483.52 in taxes. And if you look it up, that is a 39% increase in taxes. However, if you go back to the main page here and you check this out, the tax rate decreased, went from 13.21% to 12.89% between 2020 and 2021. So I thought, what's going on? What could explain that? And if you go down and you look at the value of the property between the different years, in 2020 it was worth $260,000, and in 2021 it was worth $365,000. In other words, my landlord's net worth increased $100,000, and they're charging me for it because their taxes went up. They sent me this notice 2 weeks ago, and I am still beyond livid.
A lot of rich people will complain about things like property taxes, while simultaneously
all I'm going to say is that this shit happens and people praise her. An actual politician who makes laws, an actual lawmaker, the rich are already being taxed, by the way. Just saying.
doing everything.
Saw a meme of a book called Communist Manifesto by Tony Hawks gets to keep his stuff. Oh my god. She has voted a new round of weapons for Ukraine and expanded NATO. Ugh.
Everything that they can to increase the value.
I miss when I liked her. I miss when I was small, little, naive leftist, liberal to be honest. Disgusting.
Value of not only.
I just want to mention that. You know what? I'm not even going to shit on anarchism right now.
Their property, but properties in their area, or if they know that a house sold in their area for a lot, because these things just keep going up and up and up, they'll get their house appraised so they can refinance. They might be able to take money out, or they just get a lower interest rate because they refinanced. And when they do that, you have to understand property tax is based off of a percentage. So if the house value goes from $100,000 to $200,000, that number's going to double. This is bullshit, and it's just another example of landlords passing off every fucking cost to the tenant and never bearing any of that cost themselves. Ever. Also, this guy lived there the whole time, right? Did the fucking value of the property go up? Really? Did the house get nicer? No, it's probably worse now.
Why is no one talking about the fact that the housing market is a pyramid scheme? Grandma and Granddad bought a house for
literally. Oh my god. And you know, it's even worse because you have people in TikTok literally telling others to do exactly the same. It's even worse.
$10,000,
Oh,
Mom.
he's got Georgism in the hashtags, by the way, so for all my little Georgies out there, you're gonna love this.
Grandma and Granddad bought a house for $10,000. Mom and Dad bought a house for $90,000, and now they're both worth like $500,000 or something like that. So why aren't we buying houses? Because apparently they're great investments. The problem is that a house is not actually an investment. An investment is in something like a business, where you put in money and the business becomes more valuable. You don't expect your car to get more valuable over time. You don't get your computer to be more valuable over time, and yet we expect our house to be more valuable. What's going on? There's an assumption in the housing market that if you buy it, you can sit on it and then sell it for profit later. This is the same business model as LuLaRoe. With a typical pyramid scheme, there's an assumption that there will always be a downline, and the problem is that eventually you run out of downline.
But she got arrested for a photo op. Oh my god.
And the last people who buy in get screwed because there's no one else to buy it, and so the prices bottom out and they're stuck with a bunch of inventory and no one to buy it. And we're seeing that a little bit with the increase in homelessness, but because housing is a necessity, what we're seeing on a larger scale is that the downline is becoming fewer people with more money and more land. Imagine Lula wrote, but if you don't buy leggings, you die.
Wow, the US is quite literally becoming a feudalist country, but without all the perks. What's the point of feudalism without vacation?
Came to visit me mid-rant. So rich landlords enter the market, buy up all the housing, raise the prices, and push out the poor people. You know what that's called? Gentrification. Except this time, instead of happening to a neighborhood with a low socioeconomic status, it's happening to an entire generation. This is why
It's happened to the entire country.
why the idea of housing as an investment is fundamentally incompatible with the idea of housing as shelter. It cannot be both necessary and have a value that outpaces the wealth of a generation. So I guess I answered my own question. The reason I was talking about why housing is a pyramid scheme is because the only people who know are the landlords who are profiting from the fact that no one else knows about it. If you want to learn more about it, read Progress and Poverty by Henry George.
Tommy Cruise, if you're still watching this, can you really reconcile the fact that you're teaching people that real estate is this investment game when you also have to admit that real estate is something that people need to survive? Or not real estate, but you know what I mean, the concept of housing, land.
Follow Amy, please. Follow Amy. More people need to be more mad about housing. Follow Amy, please. Truly. I beg you all to follow Amy everywhere.
This is the same fucking people.
She needs to lead the revolution in the US, please.
People that will complain when they see a fucking homeless person. Not this guy. This guy's awesome. His name is Jekizer. Seems cool. Let's see if we can get a little palate cleanser for the end of this video here. Oh, hey, here's Mike Racine. Hey, buddy.
Talk to my landlord.
Yeah, here's your money. Thanks. Hey, the place looks nice. Do not make comments about how I live, Steve.
I appreciate that you shaved for this bit.
Okay? It's none of your goddamn business.
This is an effective communist party. We need an effective dominatrix that can beat the shit out of the people in power. That's what the US needs.
Sorry. Also, just want to let you know, Saturday, we're having a little barbecue in the courtyard if you guys want to come down. Yeah, I'll be honest, I cannot think of anything I want to do less.
Stop trying to be our friend. It's really pathetic.
Is everything okay in the apartment? Do you guys need maintenance or any type of...
That's how everybody should talk to their landlord. Your boss is not your friend. Your landlord's not your friend. Be sure to go check out Trout Vision TV and see what I have in store for all of you guys, because it's going to be...
Look, your boss is not your friend unless it's your friend. Just saying.
Insanely fun. I hope you enjoyed this video, and yeah, next time maybe we can do this, but I'll go live and do it, and you can join me for that.
Okay, let's go back to the tanky video. Woo.
When we talk about a subject like the Soviet-Afghan War, the general narrative is that the PDPA government were the noble good guys, bringing in all those good reforms against the evil conservatives who were funded by the CIA. That the Soviets were in fact the saviors who were invited in to help them defend socialism against US-backed fascists.
Okay.
But when we take a narrative similar to this, we often miss out some very crucial nuance. The PDPA were never a popular group with mass support. We often hear again and again about the conservative backlash to them, but
I hate this because I am too ignorant about Afghanistan to know if this is true or not, or to what extent, right? And it's like, I cannot trust this person. Not after this, but whatever.
We never hear about the wealth of communist-aligned groups throughout the land with far greater support. such as the Eternal Flame, ALO, Sama, Rawa, to name but a few. All groups that the government went on to later crush and repress after seizing power. It ignores the warring factions within the PDPA itself, which when you look into it creates almost, I'd argue, contradictory statements when it comes to defending the party. It presents the Mujahideen in a myopic and ahistoric lens as a monolithic Islamo-fascist entity, and it also ignores that the remaining progressive groups in Afghanistan to this day, including the Communist Party, revile the PDPA with a passion. It's not a coincidence many believe them to be.
I mean, is this how it's painted? Or like, who paints all of this like this? None of what he says matters when the CIA funds one. I mean, yeah, right, but like,
be communist in name.
I mean, I don't know the reality, so you know, I'm just skeptical. But yeah, better reality for imperialists now.
Only with many of them joining the
Oh my
Taliban
God.
later on. But modern discussion tends to ignore all of this in favor of a much more streamlined approach. If America condemned it, then the other side must be good. Some,
I mean, yes.
even going as far as to condemn the popular grassroots groups for not falling in line, I guess. Condemn the popular.
Right, so we can blame Maoists as well for the fall of Afghanistan to religious zealots too. Nice. I mean, look. I mean, just saying. Just saying. The power dynamics of one of these factions getting money and arms and trading from CIA. What he say is literally what libs are saying about the ass of Nazis today.
Popular
Interesting.
grassroots groups for not falling in line, I guess. The defenses of all of these interventions is especially bizarre, seeing as that they took place during the so-called revisionist period of the Soviet Union, when they were perfectly fine coexisting with capitalism and were no longer pursuing socialism in any meaningful manner. Why? Surely 30 years onwards, these are the topics that you should be most willing to criticize. Now, with all that being said, I'd like to now bring us back and say that for whatever...
Only that? Oh my god! Hi Mr. G! Thank you for the raid! Hi everyone, welcome, I'm Sebs. I am a communist. We're talking about tankies and why you should be one. Hi everyone.
Sorry, that was a real
Boop!
soapbox.
Thank you.
Why did I say
Thank
sorry?
You for subscribing.
Тинist bub just subscribed. Себе задебяй фемини 5 сикл.
Thank you for resubscribing, Boop. I appreciate it. Click my profile picture twice to make your view count. If you didn't understand what I said, it's in this message. It's in this message. I expected way more from this. Also, I hope you had a good stream, Raya and Ashlyn, or Raya. I really want to call you by your other name. Oh, okay. Raya was playing. Oh, what were you playing? Oh my god. We're all what were you all playing? What are you all playing? Also, my tongue hurts, so I cannot really talk. But let's spy on them. What was Raya playing? Rare gaming stream. Ooh. Oh my god, Sims. Let's go. Wait, what? Even better. What was this game? What's this game? Wait. It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire or something? Oh my god, I love the avatars. They're so terribly fine. I love it. Oh my god, this was so fun. Okay. Go follow 5 Minutes Critic. Hi, Visitor K. Oh my god, how are you? It's been a while. About cream. Ooh, gotta love it. Mario Kart, then family. Family Feud and the Wheel of Fortune. Oh my god, yes. The conclusion is only reachable if you ignore the CIA involvement, which again is just true for Ukraine today. Literally. Oh my god, hi Visitor K. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. Services XXX. I like to see. Oh my god. Stop, Ian.
Whatever problems do exist, and there are many, there are some undeniable points to be had surrounding this that are worth engaging in. There's a documentary that flew under the radar a few years back called The Propaganda Game. It's a North Korea doc, but it separates itself from the more bland and generic secret inside North Korea ones that you see everywhere these days. Instead, the team does what every good documentary should, provide some novelty. The film focuses much more on the topic and theme of propaganda, how it influences us, how none of us are immune no matter what country we may live in, and how difficult it is to discern truths from untruths because of it.
Look, the only thing you have to know about North Korea is that 1, it's called the DPRK. 2, there should only be one Korea, led by Kim Jong-un, king. And 3, they are a socialist utopia. Sorry. A couple of days ago, I saw on Twitter, like, a tweet that said, I get that not all the propaganda about the US is true about North Korea, but I don't think it's a socialist utopia. And literally all the comments were like, no one thinks that. Literally no one thinks that. and then a person, it was, a person was like, my friend went there and said that in Pyongyang, no one is allowed to be over 35. And I was like, so your friend asked everyone how old they were? And she didn't reply. Just kidding. I mean, she didn't, but yeah. Stop using the phrase socialist utopia. Also, it's quite literally... Also, hi, Tony. Welcome. It's not going to say anything about the entire 30 plus minutes. It's actually 29 minutes and 46 seconds in. Okay? Not 30 plus. Crazy guys wasted 13 Naruto episodes. Oh my god, I hate you, Ian. Socialist utopia is literally an oxymoron because socialism is by definition the process of getting to the utopia. So yeah, I don't know. A vacuum today. I am trying to decipher what that means, given that you put a kappa on it. And I'm like, what does vacuum mean? What does vacuum mean? Because I'm trying to go into my perverted mind, be like, what does that mean? How do you break it? He told us that communists weren't communists because they didn't call themselves as such. True. Technically, Malcolm X wasn't a communist because he just calls himself a communist once. So.
It's a very...
Take that, Tanky!
very confrontational doc, and it was a pretty influential piece of work for me as a new socialist at the time. At least it definitely toppled a few of my previously held ways of understanding things. Why do places like the DPRK get such a spotlight in the West as this Dr. Evil-style maniacal hellscape, but similar autocratic nations like Turkmenistan go radio silent? What are the conditions that led North Korea to become how it is?
Look. Turkmenistan? You mean the country that is literally next to China, next to Xinjiang? Well, it's not next to it. That is very close to that is very close to Xinjiang? No, we don't talk about that. I don't know all the stamps, okay? But yeah. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about this border of China and Afghanistan, okay? We don't have to talk about that. Okay. The filter wasn't dry for exactly 24 hours, and since I literally have to remove it and hand clean it, I guess it was still wet. Are you talking about actually a vacuum cleaner? And if so, why the kappa? I am too autistic for this. Can you explain this to me on DMs? Because I am genuinely confused. If you are actually talking about a vacuum cleaner. I am genuinely confused.
Is today
a vacuum cleaner? I put the cup in just because I find it funny. Oh, okay.
Anyway.
I was like, what is a vacuum cleaner in this metaphor? Are we talking about life as a communist? And how we have to wash ourselves and dry ourselves every 24 hours for the revolution? But no, it was just a vacuum cleaner.
What are the financial implications of some of the defectors? How can we use that to understand things a bit more clearly? Now, over time, I've found that these are the questions and discussions that I would like to have. I think it's frankly the discussions that a lot of us would like to have, more now than ever. They're just so much more meaty and productive. If you're turning away from these questions on the basis that they're tanky points, then you're buying into a terrible gambit, and you're going to look mighty silly down the line.
It's just mug look, oh my god.
Questions like that, I think, are a valuable piece of insight that can give us grander examination into our own government's priorities.
A fascist dried their filter today, did you? Oh my god.
And at the very least, it's a whole lot better than, look at this person, they have no food. Many times leftists do fall into the trap of regurgitating neoliberal lies under the pretense of being.
Someone literally sent me a video like that today on Twitter. Someone literally sent me a video like that today.
Anti-authoritarian. I began writing this long before the contemporary conflict in Ukraine, and whilst of course I don't support Russian aggression by any means, and I do consider it the more pressing concern, principled leftists should not be so naive as to buy into Western narratives so jubilantly, and allow discussion to favour a highly Pax Americana standpoint in response. It's a Western saviour complex that needs removing from our collective consciousness. I found actually that since the intervention took place, there's been good space created for a re-examination of our modern geopolitical outlooks. I do welcome it, because I feel it is a discussion worth having.
Define good space. Because, like, I literally haven't seen anyone who I didn't expect to have, like, a new reevaluation of the geopolitical realities. Like, all the tankies were like, it's NATO's fault. All the liberals, no, it was Russia. I have literally, like, no one who I expected to be like, oh, it's Russia, said it was NATO. No one. Literally no one. There were people who I expected to be like, oh yeah, it's NATO's fault, who were, oh, it's Russia. Like, and that's bad. So no, there hasn't been any space, actually, that I've seen, sadly. But yeah. Like, whatever. I'm mad. I'm becoming numb to this video.
But much of the time when we have these conversations, the responses I find usually only ever tend to move in a weirdly fetishistic and dogmatic fealty to the opposite, no matter.
Well, maybe you should be interacting with me instead of other weirdos of Twitter. People should be engaging with me more. Just saying, and give me their clout. You get the farmers' protests in Europe, but folks don't want to dismiss them because the left abandoned the countryside for the hip urban centers here in the Netherlands, so you get reactionaries in that absence. Oh my god, of course.
What happens? Attitudes that you wouldn't find that uncommon from weebs. Whilst you might find the propaganda game insightful, it's just as easy.
Wow, first he came for tankies, and now he's coming for my Naruto? How dare you? I will not stand for this. How dare you? We should have just finished after watching the beat, honestly, true.
Is a fact that many will see Alejandro's points, be faced with an entourage of new perspectives, and come to the very simplistic
You know what? We're going to start literally just watching Naruto right now.
conclusion of, well, DPRK good.
DPRK good indeed, though. Like, hello? DPRK good, actually. I'm not even saying this ironically. Like, the DPRK is actually good. Like, I don't know. Hello?
When you've been on the left long enough, there's always the inclination to call for a new beginning, with a fresh start that separates itself fervently from.
Look, for this guy to be so long in the left, I feel like I've been an actual communist for like a year. I've debugged the entire video. Hello? Fucking boomers.
Everything that came before, or just calls for a return to the beginning again with Marx. I'm always a bit skeptical when things like this come up, because these calls for a new beginning are.
You know what? That's the worst part. Like, he fucking quotes Marx. Hello? Oh, sorry, Malcolm X didn't quote Marx also. Oh, he's not a communist. Shut up. Shut up.
No.
I will claim whoever I want, okay? Maybe I want to claim Taylor Swift as a communist, you know? Robert Taylor. But yeah. This does actually feel like a regression from Bad Mouse. I think he had better politics a while back and got worse over time. I think this is what happens to old people. That they just, old white people, like Wolf, that they get tired, and instead of getting more radical, they get, oh, communism is impossible, let's just do unions. And that's what he will end up being. Because they don't actually understand that communism is not going to happen in our lifetime. It takes decades to build. Hello? Like, Mao wasn't even the first chairman of the party. Like, he was there, but he wasn't the first leader of the party. He just happened to be the leader of the party by the time they made a revolution. You know, there's a movie called 1921 that talks about the formation of the party, I think. Uh, but yeah, it's okay. I want to cry now. Okay. He never had coherent politics. Damn! Get on! Get on! He just keeps changing ideologies. Just like Wolf. Just like Zizek. Don't get me started with Zizek. Why? He was one of the first YouTube leftists I heard saying good things about the socialist country, DDR. Interesting.
Quite as novel as you may believe, but I do get where the desire comes from. There's a certain Soviet sediment that's been depositing on our banks for 100 years. Beginning are not quite as novel as you may believe, but I do get where the desire comes from. There's a certain Soviet sediment that's been depositing on our banks for 100 years now, and after a while it just gets grating seeing this slow build to old ways that really doesn't amount to much.
Okay, this is what's wrong. Like, look, I love the USSR as much as the next person, but also like it is actual delusion to think that the Soviet Union will like reform. Like, it is actual delusion to think that it will go like it will like reappear, right? Like also, like, I don't know about you, but like China's doing pretty good, you know? And they are on our side. Vietnam, Cuba, you know? They exist. Laos. What's going on there? I have no idea. Apparently they're the most bombed country in the world in history, but they're there, you know? We have good allies. We have good countries. Like, even if you are not pro-China, Vietnam and Cuba are there. You know? And if you think that Castro was an impure communist, that revolution was impure, then you have Vietnam, okay? You still literally have Vietnam. I don't know what to tell you. It's literally like, I'm done. I'm done. Blanks of his incoherence. I mean, he did have some good videos before he quit. Oh, interesting.
Like grand empires that suffer great defeat and withdraw.
Is the Red Menace podcast still like going? Interesting. Like, does he host it, or has he just appeared in a couple of episodes? Wait. No, he just made a video to go with an episode. Oh, okay, interesting.
Or into nostalgic narratives instead of looking towards future horizons. Yet, at the same time, that very sediment can often be seen as evidence that we should return to it. Why not? It's right there. It's had the longest run. Eh? Like I said, to focus so much on a...
I mean, I think the USSR still has is still older than China, right? or the DPR, Democratic People's Republic of China, right? Or CPR. No. PRC. I know my... Yes. You know what I said. It's co-hosted by Brent from Rev Left Radio. Ooh, interesting.
Attributing all these attitudes solely to Marxist-Leninists would be unfair and limiting. It's only a natural tendency to focus on the examples that verify our own existing beliefs. When it comes to reinterpreting events and taking on convenient narratives, I've seen plenty of demagogues under different flags. What you could say is that Tanky is a subreddit of sorts from such thinking. Well then sure, fine. I'm still not convinced to its application. It allows a convenient scapegoat for others to push their detritus onto more openly rabid actors. But that underarching thing that I think we're getting at here, or at least how I can best describe it, is the endpoint of a reliance on using dogma to do your thinking for you. Sticking to the grain and not budging, but relying on an archaic formula that defends things that don't need to be defended, using arguments that were never true in the first place, mining around for buddies to throw into your self-approval camp, and a move away from a materialistic analysis and towards a more fan club-esque thinking, over and beyond the precedent.
Look. But the Stalin fan club is allowed though.
Of actual, real communism.
King.
Look, say what you want, I don't care. You cannot argue that such a concept doesn't exist, because it's highly observable anywhere you look, and it can be found in any ideology. The real question to now ask, well, question that I think is more important, is what...
It would be... Look, it would be foundable in other ideologies if there were any other ideologies. Just saying.
Why does it appear in some ideologies more than others? My aim here is not to tightly wrap things up. Did you seriously think that a video
materialism rules everything around me? True.
On this word would be anything but? At the very least, I hope that by going a bit more in depth into this word has been a good springboard of discussion into a topic that so often gets stuck in the weeds. So yes, sorry, tankyism does exist. There's not really an argument here. I've come to the conclusion that a far too dogmatic mindset in this direction is not healthy.
I am so confused. Didn't he just say that it doesn't exist? I'm so confused.
It's too simplistic and ends up with you putting your faith in some career party man over actually solving the
Korean party man good, actually? Just saying. Did he say career? I heard Korea.
Becomes too simplistic and ends up with you putting your faith in some career party man over actually solving the problem.
Okay. Career party man bad. Korea party man good. Sorry, I didn't say anything for 30 minutes, literally. Literally. He did a fake out at the beginning where he said it wasn't a real thing. Even ContraPoint is more consistent. In a video, at least.
Problems in society. But I will still advise against saying tanky this and tanky that, though. As of present, the ambiguity that it carries just oozes a sense of juvenile smugness and an unwillingness to investigate further. And I bristle at that.
All I'm going to say is that look at all these animations. Can assess how high quality they are. Almost like they were funded by the CIA. Just kidding. I mean. But I mean. Sus.
Certainly gotten a lot from simply writing and making this video, dissecting it through and through instead of sticking to some vague phrase flinging. And it'd be a real shame if we all missed out on that, because we all got too caught up in a word.
In a word. Okay, do we want to watch another video? Because I don't want to. I just want to cry and die and cry and die and cry and die. Please let me cry and die and cry and die and cry and die. We're going to watch this tomorrow. Because why not? Actually, do I have something to watch? I'm in the stream, by the way. Don't worry. Oh yeah, I want to watch this video. I also want to watch this video. Like, literally, Wolf is invited to everywhere whenever anyone wants to talk about inflation and understand what it is. And honestly, fair. Fair. Okay. If we watch this tomorrow, we're going to make a lot of white women mad. And by white women, I mean a particular community that is led by a white woman. That they just so happen to hate me. uh, okay. We just need a huge wolf inflatable, honestly, true. I should get um I should get a what is it?
After a few months.
A wolf emote. Just for the sake of it. Also, nah, I'm going to talk about this later. Thank you everyone so much for coming. Join the Discord if you haven't, because that's where I post when I go live. I don't really have a schedule because I'm a mess. But yeah. Yeah, I've been attempting to make a schedule for the last 2 years. It's not happening. If you are subscribed, copy and paste the first message. If you're not subscribed, you can copy the second message and paste it once we reach, Yeah. I love you all. Also follow me on Twitter. Because why not? Not just why not, because you are literally obligated to follow me on Twitter. And also like all my tweets. Thank you. Bye. Okay. Thank you all so much for coming. Have a good one. Bye, everyone. Love you all.